Good evening. We're going to do a roll call. Kathy Tosti.
Here.
Carla Torres de Luna.
Here.
Elizabeth Martinez.
Present.
Lisa Mark.
Here.
And Jan Grist here. We need to do our flag salute. Lisa, will you kindly lead us?
Okay, ready? Begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay. Do we have any public comments for closed session?
For closed, no, but for public.
Sure. And do we have an approval of the agenda for closed session?
Who's that?
That's during regular session.
But we combined it now. Okay. Okay.
Okay. I just help me along here, girl. So,
motion to
do we
approve
have-
the agenda?
yes, for closed session?
Well, it's just approval of the agenda in general. It seems like for, because
I was
there's
just-
another one when we
yeah.
come back.
Right.
Oh,
So this is just for closed
for
session.
closed session.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, we're gonna close to closed session. It is 5:03 or 4, somewhere in there. Here we go. Good evening. It is 6:20. I apologize for us starting late. We had some technical difficulties. We have nothing to report from closed session. We're about to start open session. The first thing that I'd like to do is see if we can approve the agenda.
So moved.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Hey, do we have any,
We have the recognition.
we're gonna do that first, and then do we do the, comments? What do we do?
I think the recognition.
Okay, so let's do recognition. Today, this is it.
Today we will, no, this is Margaret. We recognize the information technology.
Yes, today we are going to recognize our very hardworking and very capable technology department.
An essential.
Essential, yes, they are essential workers. And being led by Brandon
Johnson.
Johnson. Yeah, please.
Yay. While he reaches the podium, I wanted to let everybody know that the Information Technology Department has absolutely stepped up to the plate. They've helped guide the district through the distance learning process by distributing Chromebooks, by acquiring Chromebooks where Chromebooks were nowhere to be found, acquiring hotspots, distributing them to students, helping troubleshoot with families in both English and Spanish to help families and their children log in, supporting our staff during that time, and supporting our district as a whole, where it was very unlikely that a department would catapult to the limelight and to the spotlight. It's being very essential. IT has absolutely just worked their hearts out, and we thank them for that. And tonight, Mr. Brandon Johnson has some words to share with us.
Thank you for that, Erica.
Yeah.
Members of the board, I'm very happy to be in front of you right now talking about my department and the great people within that department. Our department's kind of gone through a little bit of a transformation with COVID and everything like that. We changed from being a staff-focused department with support to now being on the phone with parents, on the phone with students. We have a support secretary I'd like to introduce first, Martha Miranda. She's very dependable, ready for any task, and flexible. She's our first line of defense, I like to say. For as parents come in, they get an immediate response, whether they're calling, whether they're physically coming in. So it's very awesome. She's a hard worker, up for any task. Really appreciate all the great things that she does, and she's a quick learner. Next up, we have a district technology specialist, which is Enrique Zendao. Enrique is one of the newer ones on the team. He's a go-getter, shows great initiative, and has really stepped up to the plate in his new role. We also have Kelly Bartol, who was a site tech specialist. As a site tech specialist, she was in the trenches, we like to say, working with the staff and collaborating well with the sites. She shows a lot of determination, no nonsense, and seeks new ideas and approaches. Kathy Ortega, also district tech specialist. She's a quick learner, shares ideas and techniques, has shown a ton of growth. Very impressed with everything she's done and how much she's been able to help the department. Monica Ruiz, also district tech specialist, goal-oriented team builder, also has shown a tremendous amount of professional growth. Great to work with. Roger Anglin, he is also district tech specialist. He's the most experienced. He's our go-to for tough troubleshooting. Gladly shares expertise. Very great to work with. He's our OG on the team, like I said. Manny Guzman, district tech specialist. Next week, he will actually be transitioning to a student information application specialist. So he'll be working in CalPads, basically becoming a very well-rounded tech person in our department. He's excited to try and launch new things, which is always awesome. And then we have Javier Medina. He hit the ground running, fresh hire, came in at the perfect time to help me with the Aries transition. That was a big burden to bear, and he saved me a lot of gray hairs, to say the least. He made our CalPads a breeze, and of course, he's going to be moving to my old position as the lead technology specialist. So, very excited to have him.
Awesome.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you, Brandon.
You've done an awesome job with the department, Brandon.
Thank you.
We are very, very pleased. Okay, now we should do public comment.
Okay. There are several, so. This one says, I am writing to voice my opinion on the mandated COVID vaccines. I do not support this mandate for teachers, staff, nor students. Thank you. Gabriela, parent of student at HESD. Good evening, all. As a concerned citizen and resident of Hollister, I'm reaching out to discuss mine and my family's opposition regarding the vaccine and mask mandates. As of October 19, the American Academy of Pediatrics has declared a children's mental health emergency. The soaring rates of mental health challenges among our children is, it's a big word, I can't say it, tied to the stress caused by COVID-19. Just in the past few years, suicide was the second leading cause of death for ages 10 to 24. Think about the children in your own lives and let that sink in for a moment. Could you even imagine? In our own community, we have seen the detrimental effects of our kids wearing masks both physically and emotionally. This isn't normal. This isn't the world I want my child to live in. The vaccine mandate will make all this so much worse. We already know that there is a risk for kids developing myocarditis, if I said that right, following the shot. What else are we willing to chance with our kids? There will be so many concerned parents in our community withdrawing their children from our schools if this is enforced. With that said, let me please remind you all of the definition of the mandate. Mandate, according to Black's Law Dictionary, is a written command given by an authority to a member of public contract by which one person requests other persons to agree voluntarily to a service. It only becomes effective when the mandatory agrees. If we do not agree to this request, we are not obligated under the mandate to comply. Our kids are suffering, and you have the power to change this. I urge you all to hear your community, listen to our concerns, and please do not go forward with these mandates any longer. Thank you for your time, Kelly Barnes. Please include the following comment during board meeting 1026. My name is Colin Knapp. I'm a parent of a first grader at Ladd Lane. I will not, under any circumstances, be vaccinating my son with COVID-19 vaccine. It is a fact that the vaccines do not have any long-term safety data. We are currently at year 1 of safety data, while all previous vaccines were tested for 5 to 10 years before being recommended to children. It is also important to acknowledge the fact that children are extremely low risk of hospitalization or death from COVID, which must be weighed against the risk inherent in vaccination. A preprint study found the boys between the ages of 12 to 15 with no underlying medical conditions were 4 to 6 times more likely to be admitted to the hospital due to post-vaccination complications than they were admitted to serious COVID infection, cited below, and there's a citation. The risks involved with vaccination alone mean that I, as a parent, have the right to decide whether or not to vaccinate my child. My child does not belong to the state and therefore is not subject to official decrees. I trust that all members of the board have the best intentions and therefore would be brave enough to stand up to unjust laws if these existed at the risk of their own livelihood. This is my first school board meeting and I am in disbelief that this is not open to the public. So many other districts all over the state of California are fully open to the public except ours. We have jury duty open and in person. Why can't we be open? It is no longer an emergency when everything else is open and the COVID numbers are down. We want the school boards open back up to the public. When will our children's school campuses be back up open to parents? As a concerned parent, I want to be able to see where my child's classroom is, what is posted on classroom walls, where she sits, what staff members work there, and making sure that my child is safe, and if there was an emergency, I would know exactly where I could find her. When will our children no longer have to wear masks? The public is open and is mask-free population, but yet our children still have to wear them. We know for a fact that vaccinated still spread the virus, so why wouldn't we have a choice to mask or not mask our own children? Masks are causing more harm than good. Our children need to release the toxins from their bodies just like our bodies naturally remove them on their own. By breathing back and forth into a mask, their immune systems are being compromised because of no way of releasing being stuck in a mask for several hours at a time. I want to be able to choose whether my child wears one or not. Lastly, from my conversation with Superintendent Erica Sanchez on October 21st, she stated that the mandates would take place as early as January 2022. Is this still the case? And will you be enforcing these illegal mandates to all other schools? If my comment was too long and not read within the given time frame, would you please email me back? Thank you, Ruby Gill. I am writing you to let you know how I feel about getting the shot for my kids. I am afraid that something bad might happen if they take it. If I know there's a chance they would pass away or get sicker, my question to you is what are you doing to do for us families that have a tragedy from this shot? Are you going to pay for a funeral? Are there hospital bills? Do you even care about any of our kids and what could happen to them? I think you don't care at all. Just for 1 minute, think about how scared you are of this sickness and think to yourself, this is how much some of us are scared of this shot. It is the same. I am not about to play Russian roulette with my kid's life. Good evening, board members. This letter was sent to the superintendent. However, I'd like it to be read during public comments. On 10/20, I came into your office to speak to you, but was unable to. I left my contact information because of the importance to communicate the following actions to you. I need some sort of reply or assistance from you as a superintendent of the Hollister School District. On 10/13, this to a teacher, not only accused my son of stealing without evidence, but he also tried to intimidate my son by lying and stating that he has cameras in his classroom. 10/14, I went in to speak to principal and explain the situation, but had no luck. She said this would be an easy fix and she needed to investigate for the whole story. 10:15, my son and his friend felt harassed by the teacher. They were confronted by him from the second level while these children were not even in his class during the time of the confrontation. I have written information from the teacher. 10:17, I emailed the principal since I had not heard back from anyone, and I CC'd administrators. 10:19, I emailed the teacher and CC'd the principal and administrators. 10:20, meeting was scheduled for 1:45 in person. 10:21, I contacted the principal and asked for a Zoom meeting due to medical issues. The meeting took place via Zoom, and the principal and some teachers were present. I asked the teacher what information he used to accuse my son of stealing, and he could not give me a clear response. He then proceeded to state that other children had told him. I asked the teacher why he assured my son he has cameras in his room. Again, he could not give me a clear, direct answer. He stuttered and said, I myself do not know there are cameras. I do see some little things on my ceiling, but I do not know if there are cameras. I then repeated the statement he told my son. I have cameras. If I check them, I will catch you stealing. The teacher had no response for me, so I proceeded to speak to the principal. She mentioned to me she cares for the students and she wants the best for them. I said, I'm glad you mentioned this. Now I will answer your question. The principal You asked me why my son was so sensitive and that it almost seemed like he wanted to cry the day you spoke to him to question him about your investigation. Did you ever stop and think that you sat him on a bench outside where other children were watching him become emotional as the principal speaks to him? There are 11 and 12-year-old children. We are adults. Not only that, but you pulled him during lunchtime, not knowing if he had had breakfast that morning. The principal said, we were by ourselves. I stated that was not true. 2 8th grade girls that happened to be my daughter's friends had already called me to tell me my son was crying out on the bench when they were talking to him. She mentioned she had told him to have his lunch during class. She told the teacher he had permission to eat in class, but my son is too shy and would not do that while other kids watched him. Since I had been made aware of what my son was going through during his lunch hour, I was at a doctor's appointment and contacted his friend's mom to please bring my children home. The principal assured me this will not happen again. She mentioned to me during our meeting that if she ever had to have conversations with my children, it would be in her office or conference room. I thanked her, then she asked if she could do anything else for my son. I did tell her I would speak to him and notify if something came up, but I did need an apology from the teacher. I proceeded to ask the teacher when my son was going to receive the apology. I stated, you admitted to me you made a mistake, now my son needs an apology. He answered to me, I will speak to my admin about this. I told him, I need an apology to my son so that we can put this to rest. Teacher said, okay. I will be presenting myself as a public speaker today at the board meeting to ask for an apology to my son. The teacher assured my son on more than one occasion that he has cameras in the class. If this is the case, I'll be asking the school district to disclose these cameras to the public. And I'm asking the teacher to stop singling out and harassing my son and to apologize for accusing him of stealing. My son's emotional health is my priority and would expect that it be the administrators of HSD. Thank you, Isabel Orta. Hello, I'm ready to express my concerns with the mandatory COVID-19 vaccinations that may be implemented to the school children in this district. Both of my children have previously injured from vaccines. I'm extremely fearful as to what this vaccine could do to both of my children. As you may know, a medical exemption is very hard to come by. Forcing parents with vaccine-injured children to vaccinate our sensitive children with no knowledge of what may happen to them. Who's going to be liable if something ever happens to them? The district? Certain age groups of children have contracted myocarditis from this vaccine and are more likely to be hospitalized from this than COVID. Why is this not taken into consideration? We were told from the beginning that children were not really bothered from the virus, and it has been tested time after time, yet we are enforcing this mandate, causing mass division in our communities and schools in which we were taught to fight against, yet it seems we are embracing it. I hope that you can find it in your hearts that we are indeed families and have sensitive children who cannot withstand these vaccines and may end up injured. My son missed around 3 weeks of school due to COVID exposure while at school. His math teacher assigned him math homework. English was assigned English homework. Band was assigned saxophone songs to practice. Can you guess what his PE teacher assigned? It wasn't physical activity, it was writing papers. My 11-year-old son wrote his teacher and asked if his coaches could sign off for making up the physical activity. We aren't talking about parent coaches, but paid professional coaches that don't have kids on the team. He told him no. An 11-year-old is being punished and writing papers because that is what PE is now. I'm confused. His absences are not unexcused. They are policy of the school. The note from the school said he can't quarantine between just school and home, that he needed to stay out of school. Why would we not quarantine him? Because I paid thousands of dollars a year for him to be in competitive sports and involved in piano and bass guitar lessons. Missing those after-school enrichments are not healthy for my kid that already hates school. Jump forward to the end of October and my son gets his report card. The teacher gave him an F in 6th grade PE. He gave him an F to a kid asking for a reasonable request to write off his missing class assignments. There was no way my kid, who already hates school, is going to be punished by writing more papers. He already is required to sit in front of a computer for too many hours of the day to complete school. This is the school The school is aware of his struggle with having to be in front of a computer for schooling. He is exhausted mentally from it. I wrote the teacher and CC'd the superintendent. The email was forwarded to the principal. The teacher says his mile run is too slow and that missing assignments is why he got an F. So his entire PE is summed up in missing assignments. That's nuts. Also, the teacher at school never informed me in writing, email, or phone call that his grade was so low. There was no forewarning. He says 30% of his grade is a mile and 70% is participation. If 30% is a kid can't run fast enough, it takes 1 mark to already be in a DF grade range. Does this seem acceptable to the HESD board and superintendent? His principal doesn't think so and doesn't seem to think it is outrageous. That is the main reason for this email. Kids are struggling to be in school and adapt to new ways of doing things. You have teachers that can't build relationships with students. There is no motivation. I'm appalled that school makes rules that punish kids with unrealistic expectations. A good teacher inspires and motivates kids to learn and grow, not to dread going to their class every day, which is the current situation. In the teacher's rubric, it says written assignment or physical activity. However, it has to be approved by the teacher. He did not approve a physical activity, which is exactly why his rubric is all about. His rubric says you should have received progress reports to add up to his semester report card. My son's paper clearly says it's a report card. If there has to be a progress report, I should have received it. The board needs to address why its teachers can't motivate kids, why a failure rate in PE is so easy with his teacher based on his rubric. He doesn't even have a grade book that he could share with me calculating how he got his grade. At this rate, kids shouldn't even show up. There is no way up. As a teacher myself, I've never in 17 years of working with kids have I ever seen something this outrageous with grading policy. Not even at the high school level, much less at an 11-year-old that asks for a reasonable accommodation. Why are we making life so difficult for kids that just walked into the door the first time during the pandemic and they aren't running fast enough? Maybe starting the year with an entire season of running isn't the best option. A teacher couldn't think to build up endurance with other sports before jumping to the mile run. This district needs a change and better leadership. Stop tearing kids down and start meeting with them where they are and help build them up. He's 11. The teacher's an adult. Sincerely, Kimberly Lee, parent of a 6th grade student. Dear board members, first and foremost, thank you for hearing my concerns. My children are 12 and 10 years old. I also have a 4-year-old who will be starting kindergarten next year. I'm extremely concerned over the possible mandate on COVID vaccines for our young children in the near future. I myself am not vaccinated due to religious and medical beliefs. I will never vaccinate my children with this experimental vaccine. I feel it is so understudied with so many unknown long-term effects that it is unethical to force somebody to inject this into themselves and especially their children. I'm watching people close to me with injuries from these vaccines. Although we keep being told how rare myocarditis is or other side effects, as a parent, I could never forgive myself if my child was that one side effect. Children rarely get seriously ill from COVID. Most have a day or so cold symptoms and feel fine. Please consider making vaccines a choice, not a forced medical experiment. Children are not spreading COVID. My children play contact sports and martial arts without masks or social distancing with no COVID cases reported at all. We travel all over the Bay Area and Central Valley for games. Many children will be pulled out of school districts all over the state, including right here in the Hollister School District, if you force COVID-19 vaccines on our children. Please think about your choices. Our children are healthy and do not need to be made lab experiments. Every parent should have the right to choose. Tiana Guerrero. Good afternoon, board members. My name is Enrique Mondragon. I am the father of a 7th grade student at Rancho Santana. On 10/13, his teacher called my wife after school and told her the following. I am your son's teacher. I went to Costco and bought some Takis for my class with my own money. I brought it to class and I only have 4 bags left. Your son admitted to stealing. He was very remorseful. I will be sending home a letter for you to sign and return to me. This will go in the school file. As soon as my wife finished the call, the teacher the teacher sent my son a text. The text read, as soon as my wife finished the call with the teacher, my son sent a text. The text read, Mom, my teacher will be calling you. He is accusing me of stealing some Takis, but I didn't steal no Takis. When my son got home from school, we had to talk about him to gather information on what had happened. Our conversation was as follows. The parent said to the son, what happened? The son said, Mom, I do not understand. I'm confused. The teacher called me after class and said, I know what you and your friends have been doing in class. And the child said, what? To the teacher? And the teacher said, you have been stealing my Takis. He said, no, I have not stole Takis. The teacher said, how about candy? The child said, well, 2 weeks ago I got some Snickers because I was under the impression they were okay to get. Then after a few days you said if we were nice and help others, we were allowed to take one. The teacher said, I'll be calling your mom. That evening my wife communicated this to me and I was in shock and very upset, and I spoke to my son. He informed me that he was receiving Takis from one of his really good friends who would be bringing them from home. His friend was also accused of stealing. My son told me, this is a long one, FYI, so just letting you guys know. My son told me that both him and his friend were very confused, intimidated, and embarrassed and afraid. I am very upset and I can't believe how a professional adult figure can react like this and accuse children without evidence. From my point of view, the teacher was more concerned about the amount he had spent versus showing appreciation towards children's actions. On 10/14, I took the day off and along with other child's parents went to the office to speak to the principal and try to get the matter resolved. After being confronted by office staff and being advised that the principal was busy, I expressed my concern and importance to this matter and was able to take only a few minutes of her time, only to be brushed off for the principal to tell me this was an easy fix. No, this is not an easy fix. This has affected his emotional well-being. Went from 5th grade to 7th grade, all because of the pandemic, and now has to put up with harassment and intimidation from a teacher. My wife and I did not hear from the principal until my wife emailed her on 10/19 and needed an update. She then gave my wife a call and informed her that she had talked to her son about the situation. She said our son was a very mature boy and that he told her he felt safe at school when he was with his friends, but not so much with the teacher. She then told my wife that the son asked that when the teacher needs to approach him about something, he should not just point fingers without investigating first. He told her that he should have approached the situation in a different manner and not just accuse him. The principal agreed with him and said she would talk to all the teachers about approaching the students in a better way. I appreciate that the teacher took time to talk to my son. I do, however, would very much appreciate if the teacher would apologize to my son for accusing him of stealing Takis. I know this would help my son have some closure. My wife did not speak to the principal about the following incident because she was unaware at the time. On 10/15, my son and his friend were put in a situation where they felt harassed by the teacher who yelled in a mad manner to both my son and his friend and said, "Boys, where are you going?" They were both embarrassed, replied to band. He said, "Both of you?" And they answered yes. My son and his friend were not the teacher's responsibility at the time. They were in a different teacher's class. And I do have that in writing. I am asking as an advocate to my son that this harassment stop immediately. I want my son to feel welcomed and happy at school and ask that this please be addressed immediately to stop that type of behavior so that this does not happen to other students. As a concerned parent, I'm asking the Hollister School District and members of the board, aren't students and their safety supposed to be your priority and responsibility? I expect to receive a response either email or by phone. Thank you. My name is Israel Villa, parent of a 6th grader attending Margaret Mays Middle School. He recently moved to Hollister from Salinas, where we started 6th grade at said middle school. After being picked on and bullied for over a week, he was forced to defend himself and got into a physical altercation after school and was suspended and placed on a contract and advised any misconduct would result in a referral to continuation school. I am highly concerned about the zero tolerance policy and contract, which means a legal contract. No 11-year-old should be signing any legal bindings as they do not have the capacity to understand nor adhere to legal binding. As parents, we also refuse to sign a contract unless the principal can guarantee that no other kid will pick on my son or force him to defend himself. We are seeking legal counsel to help our concerns. There have been numerous fights since the beginning of the school year. We're still very much in a pandemic, and our children need support, not to be pushed out of school. This leads to the school to prison pipeline, and we refuse to allow the school or district to victimize my son or be pushed into any continuation school. There appears to be a lack and dire need of behavioral plans, students' social and emotional supports, transformative justice, culturally relevant and competent programs. The current ESSER funds can, should, and need to be utilized to bring these much-needed supports, as said contracts are not the solution, rather creating lifelong challenges and obstacles to our kids and future. Best regards. Dear Superintendent and Board members, my name is Renee Casas, the Director of Strategic Partnerships and Policy for the Youth Alliance. I want to thank you for all the work you have done and continue to do amid all the happenings. Parents have reached out to Youth Alliance regarding the ESSER 3 plan that will be up for approval this evening to identify how the funds would be allocated. However, the plan that is being discussed tonight is not on the website or the board packet. I want to share that it's been highly appreciated to be in conversation with HSD staff and district employees in the past 2 days of restorative justice trainings. It has been enlightening to hear fantastic work done at schools who are committed to building welcoming, relationship-centered schools. I want to thank district staff, Rancho San Justo, Rancho Santana, and Calaveras for their commitment to restorative justice. It highlights the importance of collaboration and working together to ensure that our youth and education teams have the right supports. The HSD Task Force has done tremendous work, and we're looking forward to continuing this work with HSD staff in January to work on the next phase of developing safety plans. This collaborative work, along with LULAC, is critically important to support schools continue to build out alternatives that are restorative and relationship-centered and not reliant on policing. Parent Alliance members, students, and Youth Alliance look forward to continuing to support this great work with the Hollister School District. And then I think we have a couple more. Dear board members, I'm a parent of a student at Rancho San Justo Middle School. There's a phone call coming in. Should I tell him to hold on?
They sit in the queue.
Answer?
No, they're in a queue.
Okay, thank you. I'm a parent of a student at Rancho San Justo Middle School. I was also invited as a member of the Hollister School District Task Force to work on dismantling the systems that are in place, our students on the track to police involvement in prison. During my participation with the task force, I learned that restorative justice could be used to prevent and address unwanted student behavior by creating heartfelt connections for students and staff, which can stop expulsionary discipline. I want to thank the County Office of Education for inviting me to the Restorative Justice Training Series, and thank the Hollister School District for the administrative participation in restorative justice training. I am blessed that my child's school, Rancho San Justo, is represented in this opportunity to learn how to use positive and restorative ways of dealing with harm at the school and to stop using punitive actions. I presented this good news to a forum of parents at the National Week of Action. The focus of this parent-led presentation was to inform parents of the research and data of restorative practices. Local parents shared personal stories of what the Hollister School District was like before, and more importantly, of how our board has changed the way we discipline our children to support an equitable education. We are truly making history. Thank you for your time, Adam Mendoza. And I think there's
Grab
one.
him and then read the last one.
Get him?
Yeah. And then
Hello? Hello? Okay, let me put you on speaker. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, let's put the microphone right here.
Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you, go ahead.
Okay, hi, my name's Celeste, and I have 2 children at HDLA school, and I just want to thank you all for reading out our emails, and I also wanted to call in regards to a few, concerns myself. I know you are all currently wearing masks in the video. On October 14th, I came by to speak with Superintendent Erika Sanchez to see if she can return my phone call. And she does an amazing job in returning my call and speaking to the public and concerned parents. When I did so, I noticed that herself and 2 other members of our school district employees were not wearing a mask in a closed room. So they were not distancing 6 feet away. So I'm concerned, this concerns me as well. You guys are role models. You guys, I'm sure, are vaccinated. It's okay to, be in a room. You guys have showed that already without a mask, and also show expression without a mask in your videos as on YouTube. I'm pro-choice. You can wear it if you like. But I'm just trying to throw it out there that I see from behind the scenes what's going on, and I can also see it on the videos. And our children can see that as well. During my daughter, when she was in school, summer school actually, she was exempted and wearing a face shield. Now, when she got an exemption from her doctor and was taken back to school, the substitute teacher wanted to keep her 6 feet away from the students, so wanted to segregate her. This was concerning to me because as more children start getting these exemptions, with whether it be vaccination exemptions or religious exemptions or whatever, our children going to be segregated. I know eventually they will approve the FDA. As far as history goes, I can see that they are going to approve it, and we're going to prepare ourselves as parents. But if they do, and we do use the religious exemption or the medical exemption, our teachers that afraid that they're going to segregate our students. That's another concern of mine. So if you guys can answer that, because that's a concern of me. It shows that students are scared now, teachers are scared now by wanting to segregate my daughter. A substitute teacher wanted to segregate her while wearing a face shield. So I think that's it for now. I hope you guys you consider our letters and you don't disregard them. And I know you guys have read through our legal letter with our lawyer, Tracy Henderson, who's representing us. And I think that's about it. Have a wonderful night. I know this is all new to us parents, and all new to you guys, and we're taking it one day at a time. And I'm not trying to be disrespectful in any way. I need you guys to understand that we need to do our parents to be more involved, and you guys need to be understanding as well. You are representatives, and if you don't represent us, then we will make sure next election we remove you with other people that can definitely represent us better. Have a wonderful night.
Thank you.
Did we have more on the just the one? Okay. There's another public comment.
Hello, my name is Adam Mendoza again. I also wanted to ask if the ESSER plan will be made public. Will it be on the website, or if it's possible, you can share with me? I think it's important that schools have what they need to remain sanitary. Training is important for teachers and staff. We can't forget how COVID has affected many people mentally, and it gets passed to the children. Everyone knows someone that has died, and it's scary. Teachers need to be ready to deal with things from the perspective to prevent students push out. I'm concerned that students will need summer school or weekend school to catch up. We can't just push students up to the next grade if they're not ready. I don't know a lot about the ESSER, but I see how it can help in many ways. And I think there's one more. No, I think that's it.
Okay, thank you. And thank you to the public for being so vocal. We appreciate that. Okay, it now looks like we are ready to go to 11A, report on migrant summer program.
Good evening, I'm Patricia Martinez, and I am the... Good evening. Good evening, I'm Patricia Martinez, and I am the Migrant Coordinator for Hollister School District. Thank you for having me, Board of Trustees, Cabinet, Superintendent Sanchez, and our Hollister educational community. Today I'm going to share my summer migrant report. As you know, we're grounded in our Department of Education and CDE goal, and the goal of the Migrant Education Department is to graduate students with a diploma or a GED that prepares them for responsible citizenship, further learning, or productive employment. So everything we do is grounded in that. First and foremost, I would like to thank our staff, our program, our staff. I would like to thank our staff, our program secretary, our school and community liaison, and our program recruiter. And more importantly, our teachers. We had 23 teachers who gave of themselves during the summer. And we would like to thank you for serving our students. Next slide. I'll present to you a quick review of our school age summer program that focused on wellness as well as academics. We had 337 students in attendance, and I've reported that we've had 23 teachers. We hosted a 10-day summer program. Thank you. We provided a 10-day summer program called Legos and Me, and we covered Legos and systematic ELD healthy living lessons. We had 2 hours of teacher-directed lessons and then 2 hours of independent work. We also provided mental health workshops with NAMI for middle school students. Our assessment was an academic discourse tool that was piloted or was going to be piloted by the CDE, and we modified that, and students either moved one band over or stayed the same. So the students had to use language of the technology field with Legos, as well as healthy living. And most of the students presented their academic discourse assessment through Flipgrid. So we have videos of students before and after, or scripts from teachers. And there you can see some of the models that the students created that glowed in the dark or they moved by themselves. To serve more students from the regular summer school, what we did was we pulled out students at the school sites with a team from the region, and we provided vision screenings. We collaborated with them in order to provide some kind of a health service. We had that challenge of meeting the service needs of students during regular school because we were only allotted those 10 days. So we kind of had to service them before the regular summer school and then even into August. So we worked up until the last day, which was the last day we could qualify students for services. We also provided school supplies and student service backpacks that were from student services. We served as kind of a little hub for our migrant families. And Old Navy also donated boxes of masks, and then the region provided us with antibacterial wipes and antibacterial sanitizer, hand sanitizer for families as well. While the students waited for their vision screening, we had peer tutors provide a close reading literacy lesson with the help from San Benito High School's migrant program. And so the students sat with their tutor and they learned how to annotate with thinking marks and little Post-its. So if the book is brand new, you can learn how to annotate and take notes. And some of them were done in English and Spanish, as you can see the student reading Too Many Tamales. The students really enjoyed that. And there's an example of the annotative marks that can serve students from anywhere from TK all the way up, even into high school. One of the high school students said he was taking a copy. The San Benito County Library also provided students with brand new books, so they left with a few books. As far as servicing our pre-K students or our kinder readiness workshops, we covered immunizations, healthy habits, hand washing and masking up, and then we also made sure that we addressed the dental health, since we do have the highest percentage of dental decay of any school or program in San Benito County. So we always stick that in there when we can. And we'd like to thank the San Benito County Public Health Department and also Dr. Banks for being super gracious and leading some of these workshops. 16 families participated in these workshops. And recently we just had our SSDP report, which told us that we actually outperformed the state in terms of serving our students and the percentage that we serve in the summer. So here are some of the pictures of the health workshops, the hand washing, and the preschool teacher Alejandra Laguna, who's wonderful, took the students out and did a hand washing activity with them while parents talked about the importance of immunizations, and then the kids came back to participate in the healthy washing part of the workshop. And on behalf of our staff, we'd like to thank you for your support. This is a quote from Cesar Chavez, where he says, "True wealth is not measured in money or status or power. It is measured in the legacy we leave behind for those we love and those we inspire." And as one teacher said on her summer survey, we do it all for the kids. So I thought that was really powerful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Can we ask you, Ocean, is there anything that you think you'd like to improve, or that you think that you could have done? It sounds like you guys did great work, but just from you and the team.
We always take input from the staff members. They have a lot of experience and they've seen things come and go. So not to be reactive, but to be cooperative. We also take input from parents. So we've had the PAC meetings, and parents come in every single day to the Migrant Resource Center. And we assess the needs of the program as we go from almost week to week. And so as we move forward, it was really difficult. It was a challenge with the regular summer program happening, but we had to think creatively. And there were other services that students and families needed at this time. And just like we're also providing regular intervention, for example, during the year, But we have to rethink what services or what intervention looks like for migrant students, because it's a unique population. We can't address it the same way. So we really do have a health focus this year for the interventions. We're doing mindful lessons in preschool. We're hiring counselors to lead health check-in circles for 7th and 8th grade. NAMI is providing us with workshops for suicide prevention throughout the year. We've already had 2, and out of those 2, we do have referrals coming out of them for students or family members or people that they know. We're also having a dance class for the health part of it. That's always been really popular with the migrant program, so we're bringing that back as well. We always think of, migrant education is kind of like the cherry on the top of a cupcake, right? You have your regular program being the cake, and then intervention programs run by the district being the frosting, and we're the cherry on the top. So we look forward to filling in any of those gaps that are needed by families and schools, and especially for the students.
What about clothes, like for school clothes starting the school year? Do we do anything for that?
We had at HDLA, there's a mother that parks there a little earlier than, for pickup. And she came in one day, wants to be anonymous, and she donated bags and bags of clothes. I respond to posts and what's happening in Hollister when people give away clothes, and I pick them up, and we have service students that way. We have even taken collection between staff members and some of our district employees, and we service one family a month where we give them extra food or extra cleaning supplies, paper towels, toilet paper. So we do have space to collect. If anyone's willing to donate, we're located on the HDLA campus for clothes, because I know that was, all of a sudden we were coming back and families weren't in need of clothing.
Right, because they haven't been going to school, so
Right.
we didn't need that. And then with housing, because a lot of people, they lost their jobs. And so how about, things like bedding and towels, and how's that going? I mean, do they have that need? I guess what I'm asking is that, should we be putting together some kind of a listing of the needs of our children, and then come up with a central place where parents who can provide could then do so, and break it up by size of clothing, and then things like for sheets and towels, things that our families are going to need, because it has been such a transitional period.
That would be a great idea. As you know, our wonderful liaisons do so much of that case management work.
Right.
And whenever they have a new family that comes in or qualifies, they're running around trying to find, like you said, furniture, desks, mattresses, sheets and blankets, clothing for kids. So that would be a really great idea to come up with. To have a closet of, donated clothes, and so that we can go in and have kind of a
place where we can.
a storage.
Yeah, I wonder if we could partner with the county somehow, right?
Mhm.
I would think that they would have some kind of.
Right. Yeah, and I know the high school was going to try to do something as well,
The high school does.
right? They were gonna open up a closet.
Not with the county,
But
so
just-
that
yeah.
the high school itself is doing their own,
Right.
their own, it's got its own pantry and its own
that.
clothing, offers, yes. And the clothing is, they go through it, they're very selective, so, it's on the newer side than on, so yes, and there's a variation of, and it's discreet, so the kids can go during different times, and access that. But yes, so but it was something that we had talked about many years ago, and it finally came about with all this wellness center and everything else, so it's a wonderful, and then they've added the laundry service as well. So our special ed students are helping out with that piece. They do a wonderful job. So if there are students that need their clothing laundered because of their current living situation, they just drop it off and pick it up the following day. So it's an amazing, amazing service that helping kids. And I think that's what, to me, is like, oh my goodness, that's what we want to instill, right, in our children, is to give back. So, but
Our
it
kids
is,
aren't old enough to do that.
our kids aren't, but, and because we have so many sites, it's a little bit more
Well, that's why I was
challenging.
thinking that something here, because we can't have the parents going to the campuses yet, but. Yeah,
There's a specific population, right?
right.
So, but it would
Just to
mean,
think about.
finding a location and having access to something like
Yeah,
that. Because I know when they were
wouldn't mind helping
here,
out on something
we
like
had-
that.
we would always, that's why our little room back here was
Yeah,
was covered in all kinds of stuff, because we would get a lot of donations and books and clothing and
mhm.
whatnot, but yeah, you
I don't know,
have to
it's
start
just something
somewhere.
to think about
That's a
and,
great idea.
yeah, well, yeah, I wouldn't mind volunteering if we come up with something, I'd be happy to volunteer.
Because their current location's too small
Yeah,
to house
we have a
anything
couple
there.
rooms at Sunny Slope School, right, Erin? We have a lot of supplies, yes.
Yeah.
But I also want to thank the Office of Assemblyman Rivas, who always invites us to the farm worker food distribution.
Mhm.
And then they also donate diapers to our families.
Oh, yeah,
So I
that'd be
also
great,
want
yeah.
to publicly thank them as well.
Yeah.
And the caravans, right, that have been going on to do back and everything.
So that, yeah.
Well, great work you and your team are doing.
Thank
so
you
much.
very,
Thank
very
you.
much.
Thank you, guys. Thank you for your support.
Okay, item 11B, report on developer fee collection and expenditures.
Okay now? Okay, wonderful. Good evening, members of the board, Sancha Superintendent. I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to report on the activity that's been happening in the Developer Fee Fund and answer any questions that you might have. As many of you know, developer fees, California Government Code allows school districts to impose developer fees to finance the expansions of schools. The district collects fees from companies or individuals who are either building new homes or adding on to existing homes within our district boundaries. Developer impact fees are levied by the district to help cover the cost of accommodating additional students brought into the district as a result of this expanding development. The district can only use these fees to construct new facilities or expand existing facilities. I think we've been very fortunate that in these last few years, as you'll see on one of the upcoming slides, that we are a county that has had the opportunity to have a lot of development and be getting these funds, where I know many districts in the state are losing children, so losing students to other places. For the 2021 fiscal year, the level 2 developer fee rates were $407 per square foot residential and 66 cents per square foot for commercial. We don't see a whole lot of commercial, but we did have some new buildings that came in. Hopefully we may see some more of that now as these other, locations are popping up. I know real close to Rancho San Luis, so I think there's quite a bit set for there still. Each year, a developer fee justification study is done to determine whether we can charge level 2 fees or not. If the study shows that our enrollment is projected to be larger than what our pupil capacity is, then we will be able to charge level 2 fees, and that would require board approval. So now that we've passed the CalPAT state and we're getting ready to do our first attendance projection, December 1st is usually around that time, we'll begin that study, and then we will bring that back. Usually it's in April or May, letting them know what the findings have been and if we're going to be able to charge that for level 2. So just know that that is beginning, we will have that.
Oh, may I ask a question? So, I see here where we have, 2021, 2022. You have 731,000 in developer fees, where in 2020, 2021, we had 5,351,000. So,
Correct. So what we're required to report on is is 5 years. And then what I had done was just just showing what we received through September only for this year.
I see.
At this point, just looking at if we were to receive that same amount for the remaining 3 quarters, that would put us at about just under $3 million that we would receive. Remember that the developer fee rate did go down this July 29th. So the $5 million that we got last year was based upon which.
Okay, so what does the state have us at for our, is it showing that our enrollment is up, or is it showing that our enrollment is down?
Well, for 21-22, we've not yet reported to the state. That first apportionment that comes in, first attendance reporting period, is P1, which does not happen until December.
I see.
So at this point, we haven't reported anything to them yet. We have accumulated the CalPADS data, that's still being assembled, and that gets reported, I believe, at the end of January. So right now, the state is still going with the 2021 is based off of 1920 figures.
That's what I
Because if you remember that
right.
due to COVID, we had a hold harmless. So we're still looking and holding at that 1920 rates.
Okay,
In
that's what I was
2021.
trying, because our enrollment has gone up, I don't know about ADA, but our enrollment has gone up.
Yes.
Last week it was 5,719, which is,
It is, and it is something that we're looking forward to seeing, those ADA numbers, what that's gonna do, when
Right.
we do that first reporting, because we did not do attendance reporting for 2021.
right,
So that is something we're looking forward to as well, seeing that number, knowing what our ADA could possibly increase to.
okay,
So there's our ADA that we utilize for our general fund
Mhm.
funding. This developer fees is based upon our capacity for classrooms.
right,
And so the rates that we have currently are based upon our enrollment rates prior to and did not include the new school.
Right.
Because since that didn't open until August of this year,
correct,
when we do that study for this year, that will be taken into consideration. We'll have the higher enrollment, but we also will have now another school with those classrooms that will be considered.
So on this spreadsheet, is it possible to also add like what percentage or what fees we charge every year for each category and what the ADA was based on? Just to kind of have some gauge as to where we are with numbers, because I'm just seeing money, but I don't know what it's coming from. What computed that amount.
Right. So developer fees, again, I think get a little, because ADA doesn't have anything to do with what we are able to charge for developer fees.
I just want to know what
we can
are we
absolutely-
basing it off of what we charge for that year?
Yeah, so we can put in what the developer fee rates are for sure on there. The other thing that I wanted to kind of highlight on this is that you'll see there was a big expenditure in 17-18.
Mhm.
That was when we purchased the land for Rancho Santana.
Yeah.
And then in 18-19 and 19-20, we kind of changed the focus. The fee collection usually would be for staffing at the district office that is involved in collecting the fees, right, and such. Because we were really getting to where a lot of the facilities director's time was being spent building that new school. We did change it, so you'll see where the project management amounts went up a little bit and the fee collection dropped down, so we just realigned that here.
And when was it that we started
In
directly?
17, 18,
Okay.
yes.
Okay.
Yeah, the county office used to collect for us before, but there was a percentage charged for doing that. And so we decided to go back to, we started collecting them here ourselves. So that's done in the business office.
Well, a big part was that the county wasn't doing it correctly.
That was at the, yes, yeah, so we did that. And then the other big chunk you'll see in 2021, of course, was for the completion or near completion of Rancho Santana School as well, which I think, everybody was aware that we did pass a bond for Measure B, but we knew that that was not going to
It'll
cover
be in that.
the full. So that's why you see in 2021, that's there. And then as we continue to get the final invoicing in this current year, 21-22, for those last projects or last pieces at Rancho Santana School, we'll be using developer fee funds for those expenses that we do. So, like I said, the good news to me is that, we are getting these and we have that ending fund balance to be able to carry forward and help us to
Okay.
do that.
So the end fund balance currently is the 6 million,
Yes.
615?
Mhm.
Okay.
And again, we do have some things already slated, for Rancho Santana School, but
Right.
that's what that's
Perfect.
for.
Okay.
Yeah, the only other, if we can go back. The only other thing I wanted to touch on with project management is just that the other fees that get charged in that is for those, the prior projects that we have, the consultant, when we
Oh,
put
the
in those
consultants,
applications to the Office of Public School Construction,
Mhm.
that's the other piece for project management, because they really know all of those, make sure that we have everything done and in the format the state wants to be sure that we can get into
Right.
those priority funding rounds to try to get those done.
Okay.
So we don't have any more consulting firms that are doing any, I know we were using police to
Oh.
do certain accounts for the bonds. Are we still using them?
There is a small contract that we had for her to finish out because there were still things that were going on right before the opening of Rancho Santana School. There were still some projects we were finishing up. And then there is some final reporting that she will do. And then we will have our final bond oversight committee meeting, which is slated for November, December. So once that's done, but it's a small,
Of this year?
yes.
Okay.
Yes, and then I believe that they will be bringing a report back to the board after the first of the year for you. So then lastly, according to the most recent demographic study requested by HSD, conducted by Davis Demographics, projects an increase of 1,048. I think we're seeing that, like you shared earlier, that those kiddos are coming and are finally here. So we will be using the developer fee revenues to expand facilities to accommodate the new students. HSD passed 2 bond measures to modernize and expand facilities and to build a new school at Santana Ranch. Measure M was $28.5 million, passed in 2014. Those funds were used to modernize and expand facilities across the district. We do still have ending fund balance in Measure M of about $3 million, which we can utilize in place of developer fees or along with to finish out Rancho Santana School. And then also as we, they have here that we're working on a facilities master plan to identify current needs to modernize, expand our facilities. So we do have some of those.
Do we have anything left over in Measure B?
No, Measure B will be completely spent. That's why the developer fee balances,
Okay.
There are some things that developer fees cannot pay for, so, that's why there are some costs in last year, and then some of the things will carry over, like the new furniture and such at Rancho Santana will be
Right.
utilizing Measure B.
Yeah, that
Yes.
could come out.
And that's, of course, which nobody could see coming with COVID, all the delays and the increased costs with that, but we'll finish out Measure B with that.
Okay.
So. Have any other questions?
I don't have any except thank you. Yeah, thank you for everything that you have been doing, the extra work that you have been putting in.
Thank
Everybody on this board knows, and we just really want to say thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Okay, now we're at consent items. We're looking at 12A through K. Do I,
I make the motion that we approve consent items 12A through 12K.
do I have a second?
A second.
Discussion. Okay, all in favor, 12A through 12K? Aye. Okay, 5-0. Let's go now to 13A. Sorry, didn't you-
I'm
Scared
awake.
me.
Was that the gavel?
No, that was my binder. My binder.
Hey, Derek, good jump over there.
I'm sorry.
So it's discussion and approval.
I haven't gotten there yet. You're too fast.
Well, you woke me up there.
Too fast. Okay. Oh, this is on the GAN limit. And are you doing it or Lisa?
I could speak to it and Lisa can help me out and jump right in.
I'm happy to.
Okay, okay.
This wasn't sure if you were.
Yeah. So this is also a resolution, discussion and approval of a resolution that we will,
Now that we have to sign, Carla and I are gonna have to sign.
Yes. So the GAN limit is one of those very confusing, another one of those confusing items that the state has us do. It was implemented back in 1978, 79, and it basically, between the revenues that we get for our local taxes and the state aid, there was an appropriations limit put on to be sure that counties and local governments were not spending all of the tax revenues that were coming to the district. Otherwise, if we were to do that, and on the calculation on this first form that you have here, where it shows the breakdown. So if you look at section C, and that's where it goes into all the details, and this information pulls from our SATS forms, which is what was approved in the unaudited actuals. So this is just highlighting all of our local property tax money that we receive, and then also on the next page is where it gets into what our state aid amount is that we get. Because you might remember from our unaudited actuals, we have to, for our LCFF calculator, it takes into effect what our local property taxes are and then gives us state aid for the difference. And so this limit is basically wants to be sure that you are not holding on to any of those tax revenues and not spending them back on the students. And they said the information pulls from our unaudited actuals, and all of the calculations they've done between our property taxes, our local interest, and our state aid has an appropriations limit of $35,455,580. And from Form 1 of our expenditures, we, of course, just on our unrestricted side alone, were spending $38,268,000. So this is just an assertion that we've done the calculation, that the board's aware that we are not saving any money, yes, that we are spending, all of our local tax revenue, all of our state aid, and we are not holding anything aside from that. So it's just a resolution that you've seen and you've approved that we are within that limit.
Okay, do I have any discussion? All right, I need a motion for resolution 221/22 for adopting the GAN limit. I don't know what one's going.
We're gonna sign it, so. So moved.
Second.
Okay, any more further discussion?
Let's start discussing.
I know, we
already did.
I'm doing what I'm supposed to do. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
5-0. Okay, so we just passed resolution for adopting the GAN limit. Let's now go to 13B. Discussion and approval of ESSER 3 plan.
So good evening, board, cabinet, and members of the community. The ESSER 3 plan is a plan that encompasses the current LCAP, that encompasses the expanded learning opportunities grant plan as well. And it is a plan that'll be for this school year, the 22-23 school year, and 23-24 school year. So the plan itself reflects stakeholder input that also carried across the ELO plan and the LCAP plan. The ESSER 3 plan has nothing new in it, nothing different that is not already present, or it's going to be an expansion of the LCAP or the Expanded Learning Opportunities grant. And the reason for that is that both of those funding sources also meet the needs of English learners, homeless students, students that are in foster youth programs, students that are of low socioeconomic needs, students that need support in social emotional wellness, students that need extra attention or extra services to help mitigate learning loss and to close that gap due to being out of the classroom for so long. The narrative portions reflect information that's also in the LCAP and the ELO plan. There's nothing new there. The total funding amount for ESSER 3 is $6,249,054 that the district is $54, thank you, is projected to receive. We have not received this amount yet. It will come in allotments, or we are told that it will come in allotments. That's key. The reason why we're allocating certain money to COVID prevention, to PPE, to staff hourly, extra hourly, is because that is one of the main focal points for the district to maintain our campus open, safe, to help ensure that our students are in a disinfected environment every day. So it includes allocating money to that, to the cleanliness of the campus, to the materials that we need. It also includes staff time for COVID contact tracing, which is absolutely a big essential task right now, to COVID testing, COVID exposure notifications, all of those things that we as a district are obligated to do that we didn't have to do in the past. This funding will help us support those requirements, yes.
On the testing, are you referring to testing students?
Good, thank you for clarifying. It is for testing staff.
Okay.
Thank you for clarifying. Right now, under California guidelines, employees of a public school system must either be vaccinated or have a weekly test, a weekly negative test. So that is a cost because we have had to hire an LVN, a full-time LVN to perform those tests. A district our size requires a full-time person in addition to the 3 credentialed nurses that we have, in addition to the health crews that we have. So that is a big cost. Also, in addition to maintaining a disinfected environment, maintaining all of the guidelines that we're required to, we also are looking at a very stretched and stretched thin substitute pool, because this year we're not only contending with regular illness or regular time off and vacation and things leaves that our employees are entitled to, but we're also having to staff classrooms on a regular basis when there is an exposure. So this funding will help us pay that extra amount that we did not have to pay for before in substitute costs. Consistent instructional environments is very important, and that helps us meet that. We also, the biggest portion of this is looking at what we're gonna do on the instructional side. Where are the areas of academic need? Our LCAP funds a big summer school program. The ESSER 3 will help offset any type of dipping into the general fund so that we can continue to have a robust summer school. The ESSER 3 plan also helps to ensure that students have access to after-school or before-school interventions district-wide. This is not gonna cover the entire cost of it, but it will help us get started, and that also will help us with mitigating the learning loss and helping meet those needs of our students.
Are we stuck with the amounts that we have in here, or is there play within this group? Because I'm looking at the social emotional team, and it shows $171,000, and I think we can all agree that at this time of the year, that is just not gonna be enough money.
So that's an excellent point. Thank you for bringing that up. So what this is there's already over $1 million in the LCAP allocated to the social emotional team, and that's for 3 years. This is for 3 years. This is going to help fund any extra hours that they, partake in for training, presentations, any additional type of, it's just a little piece that we're gonna give to that amount. Social emotional is absolutely very important, and we will have the opportunity to engage with our stakeholders as the process continues, where we should report out, this is where we're at in meeting our goals for the LCAP and action plans. This is where we're at in meeting the ESSER plan goals and so on. So we can always have that explanation in regards to maybe we needed to boost this dollar amount higher.
So this can be moved around?
This can be moved around, we will have to explain it.
Okay.
The bottom line is 20% of it at minimum has to go to instructional purposes of the $6 million, and we should not go beyond that $6 million amount because that's the projected allocation.
Sure. Who would, you would pull your LEA team, or who would be the ones that would, then you would come to the board for approval, or how does that work if we know, for example, that we need more money in the SEL, for the SELT? So how would you go about that?
So we can have a discussion, the board can direct me at any point. We can have a discussion at the cabinet level as well, and we can make those changes that are
And then come to
necessary.
us, gonna ask for approval? Or
Or
you could just do it?
at this time, it would not need to be reapproved.
Okay.
We would simply have an explanation when we have the monitoring of it, because this also requires monitoring.
Because they're already set goals. I mean, that's why I'm trying to figure out, you wouldn't really need us because it's already a goal.
And they're already LCAP goals.
Right,
Yeah,
right,
and
right.
that LCAP has been approved. So this is just supplementing the money that we already
Yes.
get,
No,
so
but-
that we can
Kinda like
not
mine.
deficit spend this year, next year,
Right,
third
as long
year,
as you're
as much
in
as
this
possible.
parameter,
Mhm.
then you have the fluidity to do this because you see the need. I guess that's what I'm trying to
It
say.
is based on need,
Right,
yes.
okay.
Yes.
Because it would be horrible to get this thing hung up
Right.
because you have to go to us for every
Yeah,
little
but
dime.
But I would think it would be important to let
Let us know.
everybody know.
Oh,
and
Absolutely.
Yeah.
To say, we had a change.
Yeah,
I do have a question on summer school. Is it for the targeted groups that are spelled out here? Or,
This will help supplement what's in the LCAP, so the LCAP does
For the target.
absolutely have to meet those targeted groups.
okay.
And this funding will help perhaps expand it to all.
Okay.
But there is, a focus on meeting the needs of students that,
In goal 1, action 12, yeah,
yes, of the LCAP.
right.
For sure.
I like the way this is set up, it's easy to,
Yeah,
mhm.
it is.
Yeah. Yeah, it makes it easy for us to go back and through and,
And I guess I'll ask the question that has been mentioned by our stakeholders about ESSER 3 funds and the training. Where does that fall in?
ESSER 3 funds and like a specific type of training?
Yeah, just make sure.
Once it is approved, it will go on the website with the LCAP.
The restorative justice training.
Restorative justice. So we do have social emotional types of trainings in the LCAP and in ESSER 3.
So it is included.
And school campus wellness, I would say.
and then, of course, anyone can call you at any time and you'll have a meeting with them on where,
Sure.
yeah. So if there's anybody in the community that wants to know more about the SR3, they can call Superintendent Sanchez and she will have a meeting with them over this and,
The question also was, is this gonna be on our website?
yes.
Yes, so once it
Once
gets
it's
approved,
approved.
it will be posted onto the website with the LCAP.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, so,
We need a motion to approve the ESER plan.
yes, I'm just trying to find it here. So we need a motion for the ESER 3 plan.
So
I need a second. Second. Any more discussion? Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, ayes it. Okay, now we go to 13C, discussion of field trips. And Ms. Sanchez, you are up again.
I am up. So good evening, public and our board and our executive cabinet here. Tonight we will discuss the concept of field trips. Historically, as a district, we have taken various different types of field trips at all different grade levels. Some, a quick afternoon field trip, some full days, and in some cases, we've taken overnight type of science camp field trips and excursions. This school year, we have not engaged in field trips due to COVID-19 pandemic conversations and concerns. So tonight would be the opportunity for the board to discuss field trips, to discuss any types of options or any direction that the board would like to take in regards to field trips.
Well, I think it's a good topic to talk about, considering, it's public information. We saw what happened at our local district, here in our community with the 6th grade camp and the COVID, positive cases. And so, speaking as a parent, of course, field trips are important, and I have a little one that was scheduled to go to science camp as well this year. But as a board member, we have to think about, safety precautions, the reality that COVID's still out there. And unfortunately, I know we all been praying for the situation at Spring Grove, but I would not want that to happen here. I would rather we be cautious. But I would like to advocate that we only say for this year and see how things are, and hopefully next year things are better, and that we don't flat out say no field trips for, 2 years. No, I feel like we need to be, mindful of the current climate. And for now, for me, I think, I don't feel comfortable saying we should do field trips right now. But when things get better, yes.
Anybody else have a?
Now, is this something where we would have to make a decision, it would have to be for the full year or not? Or could we say, can we come back to it, say in February, or?
The board could decide tonight, to take no action and we just leave things as is. The board could decide that you would want to take a specific direction and direct the district for a time period.
And then we
the
would
rest of the year.
We could continue as it is with the no field trips for now, and then,
But is that what we have right now?
is that what's in place?
Yeah, what
is
in place right now?
So
It's
that's
not,
gonna
is it official?
It is something that is being practiced right now. No field trips are happening. We do have some information from our school nurses that they would like to share with the board. As we look at the goal for our district, the goal for our district obviously is to provide the best learning environment for students. And that would mean, keeping students safe and learning in school right now. We also are, recognizing and understanding that this is not a normal year, quote unquote, this is more of a transitional year. And the focus is to remove any barriers that prevent students from coming to school and accessing that education that's happening in person right now. There's another point as well that how will we know if students are exposed to a positive case when on a field trip, because the contact tracing that it would take would be impossible.
Exactly.
We would not be able to guarantee that. And then if a student becomes positive after having been on a field trip with their class, the entire class would have to undergo a mandatory quarantine at home for 10 days. That would impact the entire class, and this is because they would be unmasked while eating or drinking and riding in vehicles less than 3 feet apart, or the bus, basically. The other noteworthy point to consider is a positive case impacts other extracurricular activities that students choose to participate in. A local play had a positive case and now the entire production is closed down. That's something that was shared. A local football team had a positive case and had to miss out several key games.
Last weekend. Yeah.
So those are points that our nurses wanted to share with the board tonight as we consider this.
I do like what Kathy's talking about, giving us maybe till the end of this year and then revisiting in January, considering whatever vaccine or not vaccine situations may come, and just being open,
I like the idea of revisiting it. I think January is too soon. I feel more comfortable getting past rainy season, like whatever that is, late April, somewhere around that, which is very close to the end of the school year, I realize. But as long as we're indoor and having to travel in the vehicle to any place we were going, I think it just, plus flu season, it just exacerbates the opportunities for people to get ill.
What notoriously happens at the middle schools is Great America and Santa Cruz Boardwalk.
But that's at the end of the school year.
Yes,
That's
and so this is a big deal. They take buses, so we don't have the 3-foot thing. And it is at the end of the year, and if the kids get sick, then there's no promotion ceremony.
Right.
So then they couldn't. So that's a big, because we do that.
Unless you planned it in May.
That's what I'm saying, yeah.
A month in advance, in case of,
Well,
You could.
so that,
right?
I mean, there's no reason why we couldn't move out.
that's true. if there's a time when they open, you know, we have to wait for them to open.
Yeah, but I think in May, by then the weather's pretty,
They usually open
Yeah, but-
on Memorial Day.
Yeah. Well, I think
That's the end of it.
we're ending school on the 7th, is that right? Yeah,
But it could be an alternative, right? Like if I like that we're trying to weigh
well, we have to
safety
give the schools enough time
Right.
for them to know so that they can plan.
but see, like Erica was, they're focusing, so our nurses incorporating our safety goals. And I like that concept, very much so. Because they are our internal experts having to deal day in and day out with our COVID, you know, COVID numbers and what is happening at all sites. They've done, you know, their walkthroughs, they're analyzing, you know, what the winter is gonna be like when kids are eating indoors and what recommendations they need to bring forward with that. So I think it's smart for us to continue with that vision as far as safety goals and allowing those updates from our nurses to really help guide us as we move forward, whether or not to allow expansion of field trips and when the right time would be for that.
I like that.
I like the
I
ability
do
to be
too,
able
I like that.
to do that when it's natural and safe for all of us,
Like
because
February or March,
I would
somewhere
love
in
to
there.
be back in that normal state of mind, and as soon as they feel we can be there
So can we,
safely, I'm
so
up for it.
break.
so
Oh,
let
I
me make
don't,
sure I'm hearing
just
this.
checking in again.
I'm making sure I hear this correctly. That we're gonna ask Superintendent Sanchez to discuss with the nurses when they feel it might be right. February, March,
How about we phrase it, let's bring this back for discussion with nurses input, publicly
yeah,
revisit so that everyone
Yes.
has the information.
right, February or March,
February.
yes.
I would say February just
Yeah,
to,
because we can't wait too long for
right,
the,
just to prepare, give people time to know.
And you're gonna have families, you know, that are going to be visiting other family members during the holidays
We
and
don't know how
traveling
all
and.
that's
Yeah,
gonna
we
play out.
don't-
So
Yeah.
we just, I think
It gives us
February is
a
a good
good,
time.
it gives us a good time to kind of have data.
Yeah.
About the flu season, winter, and then be prepared for it. And at least we're not saying cancel all field trips for the year.
right,
We're saying, well, hold on.
let's see what
I mean, our
happens.
kids, our kids ride the bus now, they eat outside now,
They're together.
they're eating, you know, with other students outside of their classroom setting, so, and they're out on recess, so it's not impossible. I just wanna make sure
Yeah.
that through their lens, we're moving in the right direction and doing things when they feel it is
Yeah.
the best time.
Sounds good to me.
We'll bring it back in February.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's go to 13D, which is discussion of AB 361 and Executive Order N 1521. And again, this is Superintendent Sanchez.
Okay,
Does this go down the
this
road?
goes to us as well.
This goes down the road?
So, last board meeting, we
Not
discussed,
yet, I need one more.
the new guidance, the new executive order, which falls under AB 361 and Executive Order N 1521, which states that the governing board of a school district may take action or consideration or discuss in their regularly scheduled public board meeting, the consideration to open the board meeting up to the public or maintain it closed. And it closed in the format of, close to the public, but the public can participate with the public comments that they are able to either call in or submit, via email. This month, seeing that we voted once before to keep it closed, one of the new attachments that we received from our legal counsel is a board resolution. Should the board like to consider the board resolution and pass it for this agenda item, it would allow for the board to maintain it closed for the next month. And if at that time, at that regularly scheduled board meeting, which is kind of a short time from now, I believe like November 16th, we would have to have, discussion again, and so on.
If we did the resolution, we don't have.
No, every month.
No,
still,
you would
still,
have to do it.
still
That's the
every
requirement.
every month.
But it's nice to have it in this format versus just saying, yeah, let's do
Yeah,
it close.
Instead of a roll call vote,
Yeah.
this is more formal.
Yeah.
Formalized.
No, it's just
Just formal.
documented, yeah. In a written form.
You know, I wanted to say that I think this is also a place where we should ask the nurses for some help on this as well. And get their input when they think, because it's not just us, we have our cabinet here and,
Well, I
I,
guess so this would be for public.
right,
not
to
for
go
our
back to
students.
when we have,
But I want to take into consideration even the public comments that were stated tonight as well,
yes.
and the fact that the high school is having they're having fully open meetings. They're requiring anyone that does come in to have masks.
Okay.
So if the person refuses to wear a mask, they will be asked to leave.
Do they have them, do they have like everybody come in, or do they have people wait and then one at a time?
No, so basically it's in the library and they do have, seating out, spread, but they can sit wherever they want. And the only requirement that Dr. Tenenbaum is requiring is that they all have masks.
Well, I would like our nurses to chime in and see what they have to say.
I would like for our information to be accurate on our
Yeah,
internet. I think,
On our website.
on our website, I think, those that want to, I believe, of course, I think we all do believe in freedom of speech and you have the right to public comment, and so whatever we could do to make that accessible to people. So making sure our numbers are correct on the,
And easy to find.
easy to find, right?
it's really hard to find on our website.
And maybe even, I don't know, because these board meetings are supposed to be open to the public regardless of whether or not they have a child going to one of our schools.
Correct.
And while we can use parent, what is it, the parent portal?
Parent Square.
Parent Square to let those people know, it doesn't help.
The overall community.
Yes, to get that access, so whether we put it out as a statement like a week, the way you do via email, if we were able to put it out on public forum like Facebook or Twitter or whatever, with that number as well, that the meeting exists at this time, and to go here, like where I found the info for the link was on hesd.org/board, and then so they could find the link very easily. I think if we could do something like that, it's
could
gonna make
easily
it
do
much
that.
more, pardon me?
We could, any one of us could.
Yeah, any one of us could, but if it comes from the school, like under a school page or something like that, I just feel like it'll be easier to find, and then when people ask, like they did this time, I don't have to go scrambling trying to find the info and point it to them.
I think right now would be, I think that's a very good suggestion. Right now would be a good time to point out that on our website, second tab over is called board.
Yeah.
If you click on that, another menu comes up. In
Right,
that
that's
menu,
one.
it says public comment. So if you click on that, it gives you an explanation as to what a public comment is. It allows you to click on the live stream of the video that's happening right now.
Right.
It also tells you that you can, due to the executive orders that are in place, that you can submit a comment via email, and it gives you the email address. It tells you that you can call in during the live meeting, and it gives you the telephone number. And it talks about the YouTube, it talks about participating by email and participating by the telephone. That also is translated into Spanish if somebody, chooses to click on the site translator right next to that. So there is information. I think we could just do a better job than to disseminate the information.
That's exactly,
Not
not
necessary.
necessary, because so mine looks different than yours
Well, maybe because
on the
mobile,
cell phone.
okay?
And I actually gave Lisa the information from the website, which was wrong. That's what happened. Because I gave her the number.
No, the number I had originally put out was the number that was on the agenda. And the number on the agenda has an extension like 302, it's a different number and it says like extension 302 or something like that.
And I went like this, and I'm like, oh, Lord.
And that was
always at the top.
extension 305, 630, 6300, extension
See, it's
305.
always at the
Yeah.
top. And I
Oh,
just,
that's
I just
embedded,
screenshotted
so
that.
we can
We
change
need
that.
to change that
So
to
that's the old
match.
Because that's
number.
where I
Right,
usually
yeah.
get it from, I'm like, oh, just call this number.
So, yes.
So that if we
Okay.
change that to match, and then like you said, maybe just write up a blurb, that we can repeat monthly the week before, that just says, points people to that page. Gives them the easy thing, like go to HESD.org or even embed a link.
Or how about
To
on
the
the
area.
school's website, can it be placed there, so the
Where?
parent, or the parents look at that?
Yeah, but I'm talking about people that don't have kids in
Right,
school. That
Right, so this is
that
even
would
hard
be
for the,
interested.
but this is even hard for the parent to
Oh,
see
yeah.
in too.
Yeah.
Okay, so what do you want us to do? Do you want me to have Erica talk to the nurses about this, or do you wanna make a decision that we're gonna open it up next meeting? I need some guidance from you guys.
Oh, what were you had mentioned you had numbers, did you get that from the county about COVID cases, or was that district numbers?
No, it was the county, it was 20 yesterday.
20 yesterday.
And 2 new deaths that were vaccinated. So,
Yeah, we're kind of a hot spot right now.
Yeah, but again, I want us to not have folks feel like they can't be here.
No,
Well,
okay.
we had 13, Carla read 13 letters, and we had one call in. No one was censured, no one was stopped. We've never done that.
Well, we haven't till, to this point, but that didn't preclude folks from accusing us of not
right,
having open meetings for the public.
What about a blend of if somebody really wanted to come in person? Like, I'm not comfortable with having the whole room full right now. That sounds like, whoa. But what if we had, if you wanted to come in person, you come one at a time, just the speakers, just the speaker, as soon as you're done. It's just an idea.
I don't mind that.
If not, it's just.
well, if we
I
have,
actually don't mind that.
If we have a speaker, I would think that maybe we could put an extra window on there, on the board, so everyone can see the speaker, or,
Are you saying the camera?
yeah. No?
Well, I mean, that's a brand new question. As far as the split, because I know we tried doing split screen and we were having issues that one board meeting. But so that the community could see who's coming and making the public.
We could do that easy.
Okay.
How are we the only ones doing closed then, besides the high school? Is the Board of Soups and?
I know the city council is open, but they maintain, they have the seating where they only put out so many chairs.
So we could do the same here.
And so it's very limited how many seats could,
Again, we could limit, if you
and
wanted
in
that.
for the county, because, both the city and the county have, rows, and so they block them off. And they
So
block so
spacing.
many off so that there's the spaces in between.
So if you wanted some distance, we
Yeah.
could.
set it up as a checkerboard.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can do that.
And then just limit if you want 50 or 40 or 30, and it is what it is, you know, for now, you're not wanting a full house. But a public comment speaker allowing, you know, if there's gonna be 30, then we bring them in one at a time.
I think that, what does it say about, public comment? Do we have an overall, like, limit, like a 30 minutes?
There is on the agenda, there's
Yeah,
always been a set
'Cause-
time for
Okay,
public comment, and they're allowed,
3 minutes per, and then for
and then for the total
And we
of
have, so
20
far,
or
We've
15?
allowed,
we have not set,
a parameter before.
no, we have not followed, we've had boards that have followed the time limit very carefully. All it does is anger people.
I understand, right. Nobody wants it.
And so,
We've gone over the time.
yeah,
Well,
but we
yeah,
have gone over the time, which I'd rather listen to them and listen to what they have to say and,
But if you have 50 people wanting to talk, you know, for
Actually-
15 minutes each, we have.
so far that has not happened.
It doesn't mean it's not gonna happen, because it's happened. And as board president and as the clerk, again, you wanna be equitable and you have to set a limit, otherwise you cannot conduct school business with,
Well,
you know,
we had
the rest of the night is still
We-
school business.
we had a board member say, well, you have to listen to this again. And this is when, we weren't on the board, but there was a board member who said, do we have to listen to this again? And it made everybody so angry.
The public.
So, being on the receiving end on the other side many times, I just think if you just let it go, they get it out of their system and it pays off in the long run.
Well, I've been on both sides,
Yeah.
and I get that piece, you know, but then again, I do, you know, I watched the high school and we've always adhered respectfully to what the conditions are. We go there, we speak our piece, we're given our time, and then, you know, we move on, because I understand it is their meeting in public. I have an opportunity to speak my concerns as any other person coming forward has, and there's no difference or, you know,
Right,
exception to that. And that's what I just want us to always remember, because you're not excluding anyone, but at the same time, you have to remember what the purpose is of these meetings.
Right. Okay, so what are we gonna do, ladies? Are we gonna open it up next meeting? Or what do you wanna do?
I'm just gonna go out and say it, I'm still personally concerned with the community,
Health.
the community level of, we're at 80 current cases, we seem to hover between 80 and 100 at any given time, and we are going into the holiday season, so I think it's just, maybe January, maybe we consider opening once we return from
The holiday.
the holidays. Yeah, because we'll be at the end of January, so we'll know community transmission.
And we'll be
From the
revisiting
holidays.
this every month.
Every month.
Correct.
So on November 16th, when we have the next board meeting, or whenever
Right.
that is, we'll be talking about it again.
Right,
3 weeks away.
right.
I can consult with the nurses if the board.
I would like that,
Okay,
Okay.
okay.
All
So
right,
do you want
so,
us to adopt this tonight for
This
the
will-
next meeting?
This will allow for us to maintain November's meeting flow.
Virtual.
okay,
Meeting or-
so I'm asking for a motion for resolution continuing Board of Trustees authority to hold virtual meeting pursuant to AB 361 for the month of November. So moved.
Second.
Okay. Aye?
I,
Aye.
Aye.
Any nays? Okay. 5-0. And we go to 13 E.
I like these, we need more like
We
these.
need more of these. Future developers, we need more of these.
Yes, please. Okay,
Here we
so
go.
this item is discussion and approval of the Hollister School District engaging in discussion and transactions that are necessary for the possible acceptance of a land donation. So tonight's discussion is to consider a property that is next to Margaret Mays Middle School. It's called, we call it the Rosati land. The property will be up for approval, the development will be on October 28th. District administration has worked with legal counsel to receive guidance in the next steps as to what is needed to, if the development is approved on the 28th, how do we go about accepting a possible land donation? So tonight's discussion is to discuss that we are engaging in those conversations and those procedures, and to allow for the district, or to give the district administration permission to continue forward should that land become a gift, a donation to the district, so that we can engage in that process of acquiring it and having it deeded to us. This letter is a letter that the developer is requesting from the district that indicates that the district is in favor and accepts, the fact that this is happening next to the school site, which also is really close to Hollister Dual Language Academy. The property itself would be used to expand the tight parking lot at Margaret Mays, and would be a benefit in the long run to staff trying to park there, to the bus circle, and so on. I believe President Grist and Assistant Superintendent Kip Ward were on a call with the developer, and they may have more information to share. But tonight, we are seeking approval to move forward with the procedures that are necessary to acquire this land, should it be available for us as a gift.
The idea is to, it'll be adjacent to Mays by the G wing and the F wing, and then the field, and then also adjacent to the parking lot at HDLA. So this can be used as drop-off or pickup points. We can get, for HDLA, we can get the drop-off and pickup out of Highway 25. We can stop the cut-through that is going on between LaBeige, going through LaBeige and between Mays and HDLA. They're going to open up Memorial and we'll go straight through to Santa Ana.
Fairview.
No, to Santa Ana.
Oh, the Meridian, they weren't planning on bringing
No,
Meridian
this,
down
we're
too?
talking about Memorial right now, not yet.
Oh,
this is
Memorial,
this one.
this way, yeah.
Yeah, we're doing Memorial. They're gonna put a roundabout in the middle of that cut through between, on Memorial. They're also going to put humps to slow down traffic because they're finding that these cut-throughs are becoming racetracks. They clock speeds of 55 miles plus on Sally and 65 miles plus on Buena Vista.
Santa Ana's the same, if not worse.
Oh, yeah, for sure. And they're going to extend the sidewalk and lighting on Santa Ana to Brigantino, yeah? Did I say that?
More than good.
Yeah,
That's great. There's a lot
Yeah.
of kids who walk there and there's no sidewalk.
I know. Am I missing anything?
No, I did want to share with the board that I was able to connect our legal counsel with the developer. The developer wrote an email to our legal counsel, and the response from our legal counsel was that they felt very good about the communication and about the plan for the deeding of the land to the district, and felt confident that we can move forward with this letter of support.
Okay.
Just wanted you to be aware of that piece of it.
Yeah,
Thank you.
great.
So what are we, on a follow-up with that, what are we obligated then to do and how quickly are we obligated to do it? So not just giving us the land, but are we going to be responsible of paving or what is it gonna be on our laps as far as responsibility and money?
Right, so that's the next phase of the discussion that our legal counsel will take care of. The counselor that we work with through our law firm, he specializes in this piece. And so this initial communication was just for him to say, I've looked at the plan, I've looked at the land that they're going to deed to us. Now, moving forward, he's gonna be working with us, with the developer, to make sure that it's done within timelines, that the questions that you're asking are all laid out.
Well, because for schools, as Aaron knows, DSA and everything else and getting all of that approved by, the state. So there's many more hoops that schools have to jump through than a normal developer for a regular, development.
City street, yeah.
City street. So that's what I want to make sure. If it's on our books and on our bill, that he's then gonna have to go through much more rigorous pieces than they would.
Correct, and they're looking at not even beginning this process for at least a year.
Yeah, but it's gonna take, depending on what we're gonna be responsible for, on Aaron's lap, to have to prepare for that as well, from the state and getting those things approved.
If they were to do it, then we don't.
But again, those are the conversations that need to be had, and Aaron should probably be, moving forward, probably a part of those conversations to really assess what our responsibility would look like and timeline.
When is this going to the planning commission?
28th.
Thursday. And the letter of support is from us?
Correct.
It's from us. And it's specifically it's number 4, indicates dedication of land. We will definitely work with legal counsel, but it does not look like it's like the developed land in the sense of it's going to include the pavement or the work on it. I think it's just the raw land.
Yeah. But in number 3, it says, we're pleased to see that include the completion of the sidewalk gaps on Santa Ana Road by building bike lane sidewalks. Isn't that?
What's the city's
Interpreting.
responsible for? What are we, that's what I just wanna know. The land's being donated for the purpose of school usage. I get it, but isn't that still part of city responsibilities of, sidewalks and streets and all of
No,
these
see, that's
things?
county land. Santa Ana is county.
That piece of property
Santa
that's being
Ana.
donated to us is,
No.
what is it, city or county?
It's a mix. I remember because Supervisor
Yeah.
Medina told me that, because I kept talking about that Santa Ana piece. And
Same as
talking to the mayor,
Buena Vista.
he
Same as
said,
Buena Vista.
Santa Ana is county, but Meridian is city, and I don't know, Memorial.
On the side of HDLA, it's, it is city for, it is city for a little
A
bit,
piece, correct.
and then it goes county.
Yes.
It's like the high school.
Yeah,
yeah.
Part of it is HPD and part of it is sheriff.
Right.
It's like by the 25 and then.
Yeah.
But,
But again,
can we ask these questions
we're going to have
in
to.
the Thursday
Yeah.
meeting? Like, we can ask, or I don't know about conflict of interest, so somebody help.
For what?
If we attend the planning commission meeting,
It's open to the
like,
public.
hey, it's the
It's open to
city's
the public.
responsibility, who's gonna pay the road?
But I think it's important to know.
Yeah, I know that, so I'm just reading over, I think I just want to get more clarity on what this letter is exactly, because it sounds like we as a district are giving this to the City of Hollister Planning Commission regarding the property. And in the first paragraph, it says, for the potential expansion of our parking lot. So it's not an obligation to do so. But then when it gets down to the development of this project will include some important and very specific benefits, that's where, are we directing the planning commission that we want to see these things and then it becomes their obligation to help us get there? With these things like the roundabout, because that seems to me like it would be a planning commission, all road
The roundabout
stuff.
stuff is on Memorial though, we don't have anything to do with that.
No,
Is
I
that already
understand,
planned?
but it looks like this dedication of all these 4 bullets
Yeah.
seem to me as though we are directing them, that their part of it would be this, with the dedication of the land being number 4.
Oh, yeah, benefits.
And then it would be on
towards-
us to make sure we develop that land when possible.
Can the developer develop the?
I guess I'm trying to
I
get.
can add to this, so
Yeah.
I think with some of the, like, the preliminary, these are the preliminary discussions, right, with legal counsel. So you go discuss these things with legal counsel, ask all the questions I think that the board's asking right now of legal counsel. And yes, to answer the question, the developer may be required to include some of the sidewalks, some of the pavement. But I mean, these are, it sounds like very preliminary discussions that are being had, you know, and I don't think this letter that's gonna go to the supervisors is gonna be something at this point that's binding to the district, right? At least in terms of, you know, this being gifted to the district, it sounds like. So if it's land that's gifted,
Right.
then it has to go through the process like, you know, Trustee Martinez is saying, is that, you know, it'll go through a rigorous process, and then the school district will be responsible for developing certain aspects of this area. But I think the developer, in my experience, I found that the developer will be responsible for doing certain aspects of this development, whether it be expanding that parking lot or certain areas of it on the HDLA side or the Margaret May side. So, I mean, I think it's just a matter of talking with legal counsel, getting an architect firm involved as well, you know, and having discussions with them, because they would kind of lead us in the right direction, saying, hey, in their experience, this is what we've seen, you know. But they're all great questions. I think this is the very beginning of the process here, you know. Am I correct in saying that, or? Yeah.
So they're just asking us for support.
Yes.
That's just what they're not asking for a commitment or any, they're asking us for their support.
Yeah, it's a letter of support for the development, but specifically to acknowledge that we plan to engage in talks for the donation of the land.
I think it's a great thing. I mean, I live there. I
Yeah.
walk by there all the time.
But in,
And,
when we talked about it in the intergovernmental council, the land, there was supposed to be land that was gonna go all the way up to HDLA from Santa Ana. The way this reads, it's just Mays. There's no land being donated by HDLA,
On the HDLA side,
right? It's just Mays.
That's what number 4 says.
Yeah, that's what number 4 says.
And the first paragraph says the tentative map next to Margaret Mays Middle School and the Hollister Dual Language Academy.
Yeah, and then the last paragraph says drop-off location for Mays Middle School.
so what I was gonna say was that I think that it's a good thing. I think that the developers could have not even engaged in conversation with us and just taken the whole land and done
Housing.
housing the way. So props to that developer for being willing to engage in this conversation, because we really do need this, I forgot what the terminology was, like this parking way for these 2 schools. I mean, that would be so awesome. And to get these sidewalks done, whoever's doing them, Okay. So I think that it's something positive, and I will say publicly too, that I am not about all this development, being someone who's lived here all these years, but let's be smart.
Right.
And if this person's willing to work with us and it benefits our students and community, then
But I think it sets a good example in having conversations with other developers
right.
coming into our community and even with our city council and our board of supervisors, understanding the importance, not just for Hollister School District, but for San Benito High School, especially pending, the need of a second high school in this community. So I think it's very, very important as a community that we all understand and engage these developers if they want to come into this community, that they support our school districts, that, they're going to be building homes and having families come in. It benefits them as well.
Can I give the board a real-time example? So a perfect example is the development for Rancho Santana School, right? We partnershiped with the developer up there to, for instance, finish Santana Ranch Drive, right? So they paved all of that. That was on their dime. That was part of their development, which benefits us as a district with the school for access and everything in there. So we didn't have to pay a dime for any of that pavement or anything on Santana Ranch Drive extension all the way through there, right in front of the school,
Right.
right? So I mean, it would be kind of a similar situation, I would assume, with whoever the developer is that's coming in for this
Yeah.
subdivision, right? So I mean, but those are discussions we would have, as the process,
Right.
continues. So,
Yeah.
Right? So,
Awesome.
Do you need an approval on this letter?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm
Oh,
gonna
yeah.
say no, and I'm gonna tell you why.
Okay.
Because the first paragraph does not match the second paragraph.
Let's see.
Who drafted this?
I believe the template from the developer, or it was a template that was already in district files.
What are you saying doesn't match, Jen?
The first paragraph it says about, the first sentence, this is a request of the Hollister Planning Commission, support and approval of the Rosati property tentative map next to Mays Middle School and the Hollister Dual Language Academy. And then in the last paragraph, it says that, it's dedicated to the school district for the likely expansion of our parking lot student drop-off location for Mays Middle School. There's nothing about HDLA.
So can I make a clarifying point?
Yeah, I don't remember any conversation, at least.
I do. With Victor, I was very clear about it because we talked about the backup on Highway 25.
In terms of dedication of land to the district on the HDLA side?
It's the whole piece.
That was the whole part of it, and the reason that this was such a big deal is when we talked about it in the Intergovernmental Council, it was all about the backup on Highway 25. And it was causing so much traffic issues.
Is that number one? It talks about Memorial Drive extension.
No, I'm sorry, it's here, I'm
No,
sorry.
I'm understanding what you're saying, but I'm wondering if the thoroughfare that we're talking about from Mays to HDLA is part of number one, Memorial Drive extension. So Memorial Drive is on the Mays side, and if we're extending it all the way to
Santa Ana.
Santa Ana,
Right.
there's
That's
the
HDLA.
thoroughfare.
Because the request is expanding Maze's, right, parking lot.
That's my
We're not saying HDLA needs an expansion because their parking lot is already there. We're not expanding
No,
their
but that's not,
parking.
we
The
were,
road is gonna go through, but part
It's-
of this cutout would be,
it's for drop off and pickup.
but you're gonna have the whole road there, Jan, is what I'm saying. So are you gonna want them to take that piece of land on our end to give that little bit of
Supposed to
an
be a whole-
access
yeah.
so that cars can park? So, and see, again, that's a whole study that needs to be done, and architects need to come out so that, depending on what it is you're requiring or requesting,
That's what
so
was
if you want it
discussed.
as a pickup, but you want to also expand parking for Mays. That's what's clear, because it states that on the very top sentence, says the Hollister, the 3-year conversation, right? Dedicating land to the Hollister for potential expansion of a parking lot for Mays. And that's exactly what it says
On
in number 4.
So they do agree.
Well, at the meetings that we did, it was all about this, to alleviate the congestion on 25, and that they could go in, and this whole idea that the parents could go in and go around out like so. And it had nothing to do about cutting through a residential area, which is what you're saying, is that we would use Memorial as a cut through.
So if we have HDLA here and Mays down here, the road is gonna come here, right? And it's gonna meet up with what you have going on over here with Meridian.
You have a sidewalk here.
Yeah, and you'll have a sidewalk here, right, as you would over here. So what I'm saying is that you wanna put some extra parking, because I don't think the buildings come all the way out here. So you wanted like, I think, extra parking on this side here.
Sleep, it was never discussed extra parking.
But that's what it's saying,
No,
with possible expansion of parking, because you
I
definitely
understand
need
that, but that
parking.
wasn't the initial agreement.
So it wasn't for any parking?
It was, because this is gonna be houses. Okay, and so here is, Memorial.
should have had them come.
Well, we did have a tentative map. I know when you and Diego had first proposed it, showed us a picture of the property and where the road would go, and
It was
I know,
never parking. It was the whole sidewalk, that would be the parking on the road. Not that you would make a parking lot.
see, that's my understanding.
So that it's like, what do they call it, airplane waiting, or airport waiting?
Yeah.
That's what the idea
Okay,
was.
so what they're suggesting
Yeah,
Their
that's
road.
is that they want people to cut through this residential area now. Whereas what we had planned, here's HDLA and May. This, okay? And you're going through here, and you're not going through the residential area.
Right.
That's what initially was proposed.
Right.
So the map has one parking lot by Mays on this side. This looks like it's going to be the thoroughfare with a roundabout out to Santa Ana. There's not any other indication that this whole thing would be
Where is
doing.
HDLA?
HDLA would be
Up there.
this way
There.
towards, because this is Santana.
Are those houses there?
So every square is a
Yeah,
house.
there's 144 homes.
So I'm totally not
Very-
understanding. So houses will be hugging the schools, not the sidewalk?
Or
Because
the-
that's not what when Diego
So
and I
then you're
first
having
talked to
houses
them.
here and the
That was-
road is gonna be.
This is very,
Yeah.
it is very, what did they call it? They called it what, close knit?
There's high density
High
housing.
density housing.
Smaller homes.
Cause what we
There's
initially,
144 homes.
the thought was where Mays and HDLA are, a field.
Yeah.
Make a sidewalk
See, that's what.
so that all the cars park along that road. No housing is there. The housing is all on that side.
Yeah.
So that there's no.
That's not what Jan's saying.
That's
No,
not what Jan's saying.
No, they're gonna put houses here and then put this
No,
little
that's
road in
not-
between,
Unless
you know.
this is an old map.
That was
But
not.
that
the
doesn't
agreement.
Yeah, that doesn't make sense. This would be a lot cleaner, and now you have your.
Cause now you're cutting into residential again.
Yeah.
Why do that?
Go away.
Yeah. And impacting all of those
Right.
folks. And
And
now
the
you don't have anywhere to pick up your
And the
children.
whole point of the sidewalk by the schools is so that kids could wait on the sidewalk, don't have to cross a street.
Right,
And all the parents would just flow through
Drive in,
and pick up their
yeah.
kids.
yeah.
That was the idea.
Right. And this map is also a fire hazard for these people.
See, and that doesn't make sense
And I brought it
to do
up,
that.
I brought,
It makes more sense to do it like this and just keep the road between the residential and the schools.
Well, that's,
You see,
I think we can still show our support for the gift. And this, I mean, to get back to the letter, I think we can still show support for the development. And then get into the nitty
Those
gritty
are all
of it
the
after it moves
cul-de-sacs.
forward.
I live there. I can't in good conscience say, oh yeah, I'm
Well,
gonna.
that development's gonna happen regardless. What we're talking about is, are they gonna gift us some land? We don't have a
but
choice
we
of
couldn't,
that.
But-
couldn't even benefit from
But-
that piece, and what is being donated to us there?
Nothing. There's no donation.
There's no
there.
donation that I can see from that picture that the school could benefit from
There's
to
no
say
donation.
that we own,
They
this
just
is.
paved a road that went all the way through to the two schools. That's not a land donation. And I think what they would like is support for this. And it would be nice to support and get into a partnership, but not like that. All right.
Yeah, this made sense, but having houses in between and not really having parents an avenue for safe pickup, if you're parking in a front of a house or, you know, it's
That's a
no
mess.
different than
That's
on
gonna be
the
a
other
mess.
side of the residential homes
I
that
have to
are before
agree,
the school.
see, I thought it was all the way a straight shot.
Would it be possible or permissible to have one of the representatives call in right now to answer some questions?
Please.
Would that be okay?
Yeah, sure.
Just
This is our last
couple minutes.
item, right?
Yeah.
The last item.
That'd be great if you
Take a
could
break.
clarify. Yeah,
You wanna take a break?
a cupcake break? I don't know.
I don't know, just had to throw it out there.
In case anyone has cupcakes or.
I don't know, anybody has any out there?
I got a great.
You guys are great.
Do you know the phone?
I know, I know.
I used to,
I voy contigo. So you don't have to feel like.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Firehouse.
Brandon, we're gonna take a 5-minute break.
Okay.
If you can
Hello, Victor? Okay, I'm gonna put you on speaker. Thank you. Victor Gomez is on the phone. Victor, can you hear us?
Yes, yeah, good evening, everybody.
Hi, Victor.
Hi there. Well, thank you. I really appreciate the opportunity to call in and chat with you folks a bit. I've been following your meeting on YouTube and I appreciate the transparency and again, the opportunity to speak to you. So just for a little bit of background, we were approached about 3 years ago by the school district to dedicate a portion of land that you see as parcel C on the map there, right at the intersection of Memorial and Meridian. We worked with Diego at that time, and I know Carla was involved as well, to design this parking lot. So through the process of designing this neighborhood and meeting with the city and their development review committee, which includes fire, police, engineering, and others, the school district at that time looked at the land, looked at the design of parcel C, the parking lot expansion, and said, Victor, we like this. Let's go ahead and move forward with this. And so we go ahead and, we move forward through the development review committee of the city of Halls planning department, and everybody reviewed the plans. We've made some changes to them, and this is the final map that is going. Now, I reconnected with Kip through the process, and first of all, thank you, Kip, for your advocacy and all the work that you did here. Originally, we had just intended to dedicate the land, but I know Kip was very, really wanted to see the improvements done on this property as well. So I do want to make it clear to the board of trustees that we're not only dedicating parcel C to expand the parking lot for the school district, we are improving it. So we are paying for everything. We are paying for the parking lot construction. We essentially will just hand you a piece of paper to your legal team that says, here you go. You approve the parking lot. The land is yours. Parking lot is yours. Thank you very much. Have a good day. That's how simple it's going to be. Now, when it comes to the safety elements, I want to make one thing clear, and I do apologize to Trustee Briss if there was some kind of miscommunication. There was not land dedicated on the other side near HDLA. In the letter, we had indicated HDLA and Mays as a combination of schools. Maybe that could have been dropped a little bit differently, but we just wanted you to know that our property bordered both schools. So again, apologize for any miscommunication there. But we are constructing all those improvements. So I just wanted to make sure you knew that. We are building the sidewalk all along the south end of our property line, the south side of Santa Ana, that will connect HDLA to the Brigantino property. We are also building sidewalks and bike lanes in front of the Brigantino Ranch to connect to the neighboring neighborhood at Lucero Drive. So we will be constructing all of it. We will be paying for the roundabout. We will be paying for all of the on-site improvements and some off-site improvements as well. Now, the reason that we did a traffic analysis, by the way, I just want to share that with you. And that traffic analysis actually indicated that the build-out of Memorial Drive will alleviate the congestion in the mornings and afternoons at Santa Ana and Highway 25. Why? Because they will be using Memorial Drive to get to the south side, of the property from the north side. Instead of going back to the bypass and going north on the bypass, they will take Memorial. So you may ask, and I've heard some, bring this up, well, they're just going to be cutting through another neighborhood. Well, that's not the case. Memorial Drive is actually a collector. It's a main thoroughfare in the city. So none of these houses, unlike the other portions of the neighborhood where people are coming through, Memorial Drive will have no houses facing Memorial Drive. These will all be backyards. So you will, any traffic traveling on Memorial Drive, unlike the Memorial Drive, that actually has houses facing Memorial Drive. The engineers and city staff said, Victor, we don't want that. We want the houses facing the cul-de-sacs for safety of the residents of this neighborhood. And we agree. We said, that makes total sense. And so there are no houses fronting it. So this will be a very clean way to get to the south side of the area. So I think I've answered a few of those questions. One last one I will share, because I did hear this comment, is shouldn't the road be between the property and our property. Unfortunately, well, a couple of things. The police didn't like that. Police did not like the access there. And additionally to that, it did not make sense for the streets to connect. So the streets wouldn't have connected, and they would have actually created a bigger intersection hazard at Memorial and Meridian. That's why they stayed with the Memorial Road alignment they went through, and they asked for homes to back up into the school. So this design, again, we put the design together, but it hasn't been just us as developers. I do want to make it clear that this development design has been supported by the city staff, city engineering, city planning, fire, and police. So hopefully that answers some of your questions. Again, we're building a park on parcel A. That will be another enhancement. We are building bike lanes and safer routes to school. So I'm more than happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Victor, that clarifies, and we didn't have, we didn't get the map, so Erica was showing us what she has, so it's kind of hard to follow, but, so, thank you for clarifying that no houses would be facing the street that you're talking about that cuts through Memorial to Santa Ana from Meridian.
Facing the school.
Right,
Yeah,
and it
that's
would be
correct.
facing the
And
school, or would it be two houses facing each other? How's that?
They would be, you're right, they would be facing each other. So right now, the traffic analysis that we conducted actually shows that if people are not going back to the bypass because they don't have Memorial Drive, since they don't have Memorial, a lot of them are going to the bypass, but not all of them. Actually, a lot of them are cutting through Lucero in the New Bernardino neighborhood, and they're also cutting through, I think it's Santo Ves on the west side of the school. And so, and all those people that are cutting through those neighborhoods actually have houses facing the streets, and that makes it very unsafe, right? So that's why we think Memorial will be a much safer connector for parents traveling in that area.
And as far as the parking, by Maze that you all will be developing, how many parking stalls do you see that will be built?
You know, the design can change. It really is going to be up to the school district. We've already had our engineer actually take a look at it and say, hey, this works. And currently, I want to say it holds roughly about 17, 18 additional parking spaces. But the reason we left it sort of up to the school district is because in the middle of at least conversations I've had with prior administration, they said, well, maybe it won't be a parking lot, maybe it will be a plain surface, but maybe we could use it for just parent and pickup drop-off. So instead of putting parking stalls there, you could use it as a queuing area. But again, that's going to be left to you folks to eventually decide, or your administration. But we're more than happy to not only design it for you, but fully construct the lot and any design you want therein.
Okay, and then for me personally, the conversations we had and years ago was this idea of hugging the fence of Maze and HDLA. And so I thank you for clarifying. You said the police didn't like that because they thought it would create more of a traffic or dangerous. What was their rationale?
Yeah. Well, that was one portion of it, but the other one was also access to the school and potentially, I hate to put it this way, but potentially predators being on public rights. Right? If you have a street completely on that side, anybody could use that street. But if you have backyard backing into the school, then you have that privacy, right? And so that was really at least the reasoning from police. Engineering just didn't like it because it didn't align with their master plan or their general plan, right? Their general plan says for Memorial to punch through our development in the current alignment that you see in the map.
Okay, thank you for clarifying. That's helpful. I didn't even think about that.
Yeah.
That makes sense. Other questions?
From anybody?
Nope.
Okay.
You good?
And look, if I could just share, I'll say this, look, I understand Victor Gomez tends to be the face of development in the city of Hollister and San Benito County. I have a number of subdivision projects in the city. I will say this is an amazing partnership, and we're really, really glad that the school district has worked with us on this. We're not expecting the school district to be, okay, yes, we want more houses. No. We're speaking specifically here around traffic safety, student safety, and again, the dedication of land. But, more importantly, I just want to share with you, I look forward to working with you in the future in other developments. I heard your conversation, and I really do believe that this could be, the start of a really good partnership and again, friendship moving forward, because I'm a product of the school district, right? I went to Calaveras, I went to Rancho, I'm born and raised in Hollister, and I think there's more partnerships like this are needed in our community. So I appreciate your leadership on that.
For sure, Victor, thank you for saying that. I do have another question on, now that I can see the map, so as you go through Meridian to Santa Ana to the HDLA campus, there is traffic that could be created if they're going in, turning left. Is there gonna be some kind of mitigation for that, or or have they thought about that, or is that?
I see that.
Because that happens now, like if you're coming in from Fairview and you're turning in, and it usually that creates like a little line, so that's why normally people go around from 25, because then it's an easier right turn. And we are, when you exit HDLA, there's a sign that says you're not allowed
To make a left.
to make a left. So everyone's gonna be making a right, which that would help because then you go down. But, so just something to think about,
Yeah, if you actually look at the very, very tip, the northwest corner of the project, which is right at HDLA and the sidewalk, just west of the roundabout. It's hard to see on this map here, but we're actually doing pedestrian safety improvements right near that intersection where you have that existing parking lot right at the parcel line. So that traffic will actually be protected. It'll be an elevated island there that will help guide traffic to the roundabout. And that will make it easier. And if they want to do a U-turn, they will still have that opportunity if they would like. If it's on school hours, they can still go to the roundabout and just make a U-turn, right? But and that makes it, and honestly, Trustee Torres, that just makes it very much way safer than the current situation now. So our design here, right at the parking lot, sort of funnels that traffic in a much safer way.
I see, thank you for explaining. I'm not a fan of the roundabouts, but in that scenario, I like it. Because then you can U-turn back. And another consideration, since we have you on the phone, we have a lot of kids that walk from where the roundabout is, so a little bit to the south from that. And I'm assuming once you have this development, you'll have more kids. How do kids crosswalk the roundabout? And how do they cross over from the other side? There's also houses there where the fields are. How do they cross over from there and cross the roundabout?
Yeah, so you're actually going to have what we call display sidewalks. So or crosswalks, and again, these will be school type crosswalks, right? But the good thing is that the kids crossing these intersections will no longer be crossing a full length road, right? A 60-foot or 84-foot right-of-way road. They're going to have a center island, right, which we call pedestrian safety island, right? So they'll cross. If you see there on the map is sort of facing west, but if you look just south of the roundabout, you'll see that pedestrian island, and in the middle of that island, you'll see those markings. That is the crosswalk for east-west pedestrian traffic, and then you're also going to have two others, one on the west side, one on the east side of the roundabout, that again are protected. That are protecting pedestrian islands that allow for the crossing of students in case they need to cross that north side. There isn't a ton of homes, but you are correct, Trustee. There are a few of them, and this will now finally allow them to have a much safer way of crossing. And more importantly, too, I do want to say, since we're on this unpopular roundabout, which I would tend to agree with you, Carl, but the good thing, though, I will say, is traffic coming in. I stood in front of John Bergatino's home there at Santa Ana Road, and man, I didn't even want to park my car there if I could get hit. So this roundabout, our traffic study has indicated that this roundabout will slow down traffic coming from Fairview, approaching the school tremendously. I mean, you're talking like a 20-mile-per-hour drop. And that is, that's critical, I think.
Absolutely, absolutely. Being somebody that lives there, definitely. Thank you, Victor, so much. Anybody else? Questions?
No, I'm really glad that you called in, Victor, that we were able to get a hold of you. Thank you, Mr. Ward, for making that happen.
No, yeah. No, thank you, Trustee Gris, really appreciate it. And again, thanks to Erica and Kim. They've been 100% transparent and very helpful. And I will also quite demanding. But hey, we understand they represent the school district and we're willing to comply and work with you. So thank you for the opportunity.
And this is Elizabeth Martinez, Victor, and for me, I sat on the board the longest, and I think for me, when I first got on the board and having that superintendent that was there at the time, after speaking to some developers that were coming in, asking them the questions directly, it's like, well, you know, and the honest answer was nobody ever asked us. And see, and that's what, that is what concerns me as a community, as a whole, that we're not having, I understand your interests maybe, but you have to consider the impact that it makes, especially on our school districts, because we have to be able to provide an education for these kids, and if we don't have the space to do so, because our community is bombed out. I think they're pretty much tapped out on that. They've pretty well expressed that, you know, what's on their property taxes now, and so we have to really think about moving forward as a community and really having these joint conversations, because as you know, we need another high school. Well, what does that look like? You know, what do these conversations mean? And again, you know, as we keep, you know, putting more and more of these homes out there in these developments, it's gonna impact all of our sites. So again, I just highly suggest that, you know, we could be a part of the beginning conversations with your developers to really do the ask, you know, and if we have to do the ask, I don't think anybody here would be, you know, not, you know, willing to sit at the table and really look to see what they're able to do for us, because I think it's a selling point for any developer to have a school within walking distance of where they live, you know, and that access, just like parks and other amenities that, you know, a community can have. And so I think it's important, just like any other community resources, that we collaborate together for the benefit of everyone.
And I do have one more, sorry, Victor, because Liz said if we don't ask, then shame on us. So, since we can't go with the idea of that long stretch hugging the schools, and because there's one proposed parking lot over here by Mays, is there a possibility, right, this is an ask, to add an additional over by HDLA, because that parking lot gets overflown too, over maybe like a little piece right there on the corner of Santa Ana, hugging HDLA, similar parking lot, if not at least half of what you have offered on May's side, just as an ask, as a.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that, Carla. No, thank you for asking. You know, I think that's probably a more appropriate question for our developer partner on this project. I will be having a conversation with them later today and tomorrow, but I do want to let you know also that we would, you know, obviously we can have that conversation with engineering as well, because engineering is, they've been very critical of our project. They seem to be getting more critical on all the projects I'm working on in Hollister right now, and that's not bad, but sometimes it is. So I'll continue that conversation with them, Carla, and I'll be happy to get back to you tomorrow with some answer.
Thank you so much.
And then, absolutely, and Trustee Martinez, I hope that, and first of all, thank you for your comments, thank you for your service. I'm grateful for your leadership in the community. I again, as I mentioned before, I'm born and raised in Hollister, so when I look at impacts of development, I look at it not only from a developer's eyes, but my own eyes as a member of the community, as a father of three daughters. You know, I look at things from a different perspective. My developer buddies don't always like that. But, that's why I'm here, right? To give them the local perspective and to show them the concerns of the community. So, in moving forward, Trustee Martinez, I really hope this isn't our last conversation. Let's continue to talk, and as opportunities arise in the future, I'd be more than happy to have those conversations with you because, these changes to the impact fees that you folks were reviewing earlier today and changes that San Benito High School have done to their impact fees are something that they're a drop in the bucket.
Right.
Look, I represent developers, but I'm not going to kid myself. It's not enough.
No, it isn't.
And so we need to continue to have those conversations on land dedication, as you folks partnered with others in the past. Maybe it's a joint meeting with your superintendent. I actually met with our county superintendent of schools, and she brought in a couple of superintendents to talk to me specifically about projects that I'm working on for this exact reason. So I wouldn't mind even doing that without violating the Brown Act, obviously, with a few of your trustees, of your school district, and others, to carry that conversation forward again, Trustee Martinez, because I think it's a very important conversation to have.
I would love to, possibly instill something like that moving forward. Just because we haven't done it doesn't mean we can't. And I think it would benefit the community tremendously to do those partnerships with because you have city in them, they sit within your own, wheelhouse of your school, your city, right? Resources, but the school districts are independent. And, on their own. So, and with limited resources and with resources always changing for school districts, our priority is to, provide the best education to our children. So, again, with those limited resources, and then when we have to purchase land because we need, another school, it really doesn't serve our community to have them flip the bill. It makes more sense to have, as many developers are coming into this community, it makes sense to have those conversations there. And I just hope that we are able to be a part of those collaborative conversations when those new developers are trying to come on board.
Yeah, great. I look forward to that. That'll be, I'm sure we'll have some great conversations. I want to sit with you specifically, Trustee, and others that are willing to as well, to talk about the project that I have up my sleeve here in Hollister. It's not just residential entitlements. I do a lot of commercial and industrial work here in the city as well. And they're also, and a lot of times probably have more resources and willing to do some of the land dedication. So agreed, and I look forward to having that conversation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Victor.
Thank you.
Have a good evening.
Thank you all for the opportunity. Really appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Bye. Okay, so, we need to make a decision on this. This will be on, the acceptance of the, approval of the Hollister School District engaging in the transaction necessary for the possible acceptance of the land donation. I need a motion.
I'll make a motion, we approve do I have to say the whole thing here? The transaction necessary for possible acceptance of land donation?
Need a second?
Second.
Any discussion? I think my mind, he did a good job in changing my mind. I think all of you know that, I change my mind easily when it makes sense.
Yeah.
And I understand the law enforcement part. I still wish though it would have worked. Because I had the envision of,
Yeah, so did I.
But having that roundabout maybe will help with the left turn business. We'll see, jury's out.
And the crosswalk.
Yeah, I'm worried about that too. But at least the traffic will be slowed down.
Yeah,
that's
major.
Major is right. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? 5-0. All right, we are now going to reconvene to close session.
Can I make a recommendation?
Yes.
Only because many times we don't go through the ending piece because
You're right.
most of our, our IT are gone, but, it may be late. Because we don't have a set time to come back. But if we could maybe finish our announcements or future agenda items and then we adjourn, and that way all we have to do, then we go into closed session, so that way when we come back, we just adjourn.
Okay,
Good idea.
unless we have something we have to report.
Right.
Yes, but at least you've taken care of the housekeeping business of what you have to.
Right. Okay, so, do I have, does anybody, Kathy, do you have anything to report to the board?
Nope.
Carla?
I do want to say something.
Okay.
If I can, in this board member report. I just want to say that, acknowledge, again, that we have social, emotional, mental health, social workers, counselors, and everything, and how important that is. And just being a role model and saying that counseling is important for everyone, and I think it was said in public comment as well. And just acknowledging that, like, as somebody in the community, I also, had moments, where things are overwhelming, especially as a elected official, right? And so I sympathize with anyone who does this job. Any school board member, any city council, board of soups. These times have been difficult. These decisions are difficult. We don't take them lightly. And I know my colleagues here, we are very thoughtful about everything that we decide and everything that we talk about. But sometimes it's really hard. And so I've had those moments where I'm like, I can't do it, don't want to do it, don't talk to me about any political, anything. And I want to say that out loud publicly because I think it's important to be honest that we all need to take care of ourselves, as far as our mental health. And so I'm grateful to have colleagues like you who are sympathetic in that you need a timeout, totally understand. And so, I really think it was important to say that because it's not just the students who have been dealing with everything, it's also our staff. Thank you. It's our staff, it's our administration, and board members too. We have feelings and we can only take so much. So I think it was important to say that and to be a role model that, it's okay to take care of ourselves and take a time out. And then we rise again and do this, right? It doesn't make us weak. It makes us stronger to take care of ourselves and each other. So I wanted to say that.
Thank you for saying that. Anything?
I don't have anything to report other than, supporting Carla in that sense of, working also in a school district. And the challenges that I think all of us have seen this last year and a half, and you take it a day at a time. I think that's what we were learning today is everything is always changing. And I think giving ourselves that time to love ourselves and give yourself some grace, because, and offer that to others. In some cases, it's taught us that, and in some cases, I think we've seen the opposite of that. And I think, as Carla said, you know, as public officials, there's times that you are targeted for certain things that you say or you stand for. But in that sense is our obligation is to always put students first and care for them as if they were our own children. And I don't think anybody here would ever make a decision that would put them in harm's way. But we think of every single child. And as a parent, you think about your own children. You would do, I think as mothers, you know, you become a mama bear and you're gonna take care of your children no matter what, right? So we understand that perspective because as mothers, we know that. But every single child in this district has to represent being our own child. And that is a huge responsibility. And we make decisions based on that. So I just, again, wanna thank everyone that supports us and even those that don't. Because again, we have to give that grace and be that role model for each other and for our children, most importantly, because they're the ones that are gonna be sitting in these seats in the future. And it's just, you always try to make every day count and do something positive in that day. And so that's what we try to do, and we try to support each other and lift each other up every single day. And I wanna just thank all of those that are watching tonight, and that's what we're here. That's what every single board member is here to do. I know that from the bottom of my heart, and our administration as well. And so we're a team, and we do our best every day for our HSD, our community, and, you know, our society as a whole.
Drop the mic. I have no follow-up to that at all. I think you are very eloquent, the two of you, and I support everything you said.
For my board member report, I've gone to a couple of Zoom meetings that have been extremely interesting on SEL, on social emotional learning, and today it was on Footsteps to Brilliance, led by our county superintendent with superintendents from other counties. And one of the things that I think about is how easy, and I don't mean to be facetious, but how easy this most difficult job has been because of the people that I have interacted with. So, is this one of the most stressful things I've ever done? Yes. Does it sometimes keep me up at night? Yes. Do sometimes I question myself? Absolutely, yes. But I have made decisions with people that I respect, I trust, and I don't feel alone. And so when you're in a situation like we're in, that none of us thought we would ever be in, and I'm speaking of the pandemic, my historical hat comes on, and we're living history. We're breaking new boundaries. You know, and we're doing the best we can. And we all, and Elizabeth, you said it very well, we all have to give ourselves grace. Absolutely. Okay. Future agenda items.
The ones that we had brought up before,
Right.
I don't know if we like are keeping track of those, because I know,
I have a list on my whiteboard.
okay,
For the training. Yeah.
The governance council.
Yes.
the governance, and then
Oh,
the
right,
move of AAA,
oh, right.
maybe.
Last month, I think, there were requests just to go back into the minutes and kind of look at what was requested out of the minutes and add those if necessary.
Right.
I think that we also, really, especially with what's happened, is we need to do some parent training on, our new discipline policies so that parents have a better understanding.
Yeah, maybe even some workshops, YouTube, something.
Yeah.
So that people understand,
Town hall, whatever.
right. And I would even
Well,
say.
similar to what Gwen did,
Right.
but
Yes,
that's
I
what
like
popped
what-
into my head
Yes.
immediately for
agreed,
the MTSS and the PBIS
Right.
in that sense of
agreed.
restorative justice and creating something like that.
And then maybe also can we follow up with our school prison pipeline task force?
Yes, and the task force.
While we're at it.
I think those really need to be done sooner than later.
Right.
Announcement or reminders, anybody? Okay. Then it says adjournment.
Yay.
Well, we're adjourning to closed session.
And everybody,
So-
yay.
Yay! So it's 9:28 to closed session.